That's what I'm looking at. Semi.
Okay. Are those not versions?
Right.
Smarty.
Jennifer.
Can we do a mic check? Is my mic working?
We can hear you, Jennifer.
Okay, great, thanks.
I think Audrey's coming back on. Side, I guess. Okay.
Right.
Great.
Flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for coming. Slated to be a fairly long planning commission tonight and keep things rolling. We're up to talk if you want to, but keep things going along. So anybody have any comments on the planning commission meetings from last month?
What should we accept? Well, oh, wait a minute, I do.
Looked really interesting to me.
Yeah, Patrick Burkle was not here.
He was not.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he talked about watching the video afterwards.
okay, that's it.
We have a motion to accept.
Accept?
Second.
Did second.
All in favor? Abstain because we can't. Here. All right. This is time for topics on the floor that are not on the public hearing agenda. Do you have something you want to review? Planning commission that's not on the agenda? An opportunity for that. None? Good. We'll get right into the hearings and go on. Thank you. Redwood to 705.
We have to wait till 7:05.
Because if we do, I'll cover some of the things.
Yeah, we should, just to be
Right.
consistent
Look
with
the way I-
last time.
Okay, let's see. Quick one down here.
Sign our.
The chair's signature for the Columbia Commons subdivision final plat. Is that something that we discussed?
Oh, yeah, that's just a brief discussion. So the Columbia Commons subdivisions, that's the 4-lot commercial subdivision you all looked at not too long ago up there by Columbia Commons, in the corner of Howard and US 30. So we usually don't get authorization of the planning commissioner's signature, but I just want to inform the commission that that subdivision is nearly done. There's a final walkthrough scheduled on Friday. And I just wanted to kind of let the commission know that we'll be hunting down the chair for their signature relatively soon. And then we'll have those 4 lots. We know Burger King is interested in one of them. They've already submitted an application, and the other 3, we'll see who we get once it's platted. I think 2 of them, there's been some activity on. I think they're waiting for that to be done. So it's just for your information on that one.
So
So that the water and sewer lines were extended
you're expecting me to sign something
sometime in the next 2 weeks. If I was gonna, crystal ball it, but before next meeting.
We'll be on towns various times, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. What's ACSP update?
Oh, that is the marijuana industrial agricultural operation on what was the city's property. We sold that to them. We should talked about this last time, and some of the non-compliance issues we've been dealing with, and it was just discussed about having them here to have them tell the commission what the issue was. Well, since then, they have received a revised application. We've had a discussion with them. And so getting OLCC excited about it. was a good catalyst to movement. So do have an application. One of the sheds is over a public easement, as I suspected it was, and so it's a couple steps in the right direction.
That's a good, nice, quick one, perfect timing. All right. It is now 7:05 p.m. and the public hearing is now open. This is a legislative land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is amendments to the St. Helens. Is that right? One first here?
Yeah, the overlay zone.
Okay. Got it. Amendments to the St. Helens Community Development Code. The applicant is Westlake Consultants, Inc. Because legislative proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, the commission must take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and require statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a conflict of interest or bias in this? On Zoom?
No.
Okay. Does anyone from the audience want to object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? None?
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Does anyone from the audience want to object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision from being
No,
conflict of interest or something that you know about?
about that is what.
Okay, all right. Rules for the conduct of the hearing are set forth in the handout of the table in the back of the room. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, close of the hearing, close of the record, deliberations, and recommendations. Various times when you can come up for different kinds of applications. Following statements are to be made at the commencement of the hearing. Standard for a recommendation by the commission shall be based upon Municipal Code 17.20.120.1 standards for legislative decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.14.81060 plan development allowed and disallowed. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable standards previously listed or other such criteria in the code or plan which the person believes applies to the recommendation. All right, ready for the staff report.
Thank you, Chairperson. So this is for a plan development overlay zone. And what this does is it creates this blanket zone over the existing zoning map, which allows some flexibilities. This particular item is not the subdivision itself. So we're not going to be talking about lots and streets and infrastructure. It's strictly an exercise in zoning. Our next public hearing will be getting into the nitty-gritty of the subdivision. So it's approximately a 12-acre site. It's composed of 2 lots. Here's a map from when we annexed it last year. You can see those 2 lots there. One of them is 11, and then there's a little 1-acre part there along Pittsburgh Road. This is a matter that the city council has the ultimate authority to decide on, and so this is a recommendation to the council from the planning commission. These don't come up too often. I'm really close, about 45 days or so from my 15 years here, and I've only seen 3 of of course, the last 3 have been within the last several years, so that's just kind of the sign of the times. We're dealing with some of these infill properties that have challenges like wetlands, and I think that's probably why we're starting to see them now. So just some brief technicalities. The overlay zone, one of the factors is it's supposed to apply to properties 2 acres or larger. And of course, in this case, we do have this little 1-acre piece. And so one of the stipulations of the overlay is that both of those properties be included in the development proposal. Now, this overlay zone stays with the property. So we do have a subdivision where they want to use the flexibilities of the overlay zone. But it's possible that they get a decision and they decide not to go forth, and someone comes back 5 years later and does a subdivision. So it's the overlay zone that allows the flexibilities of the plan development. And there's a variety of flexibilities, such as lot dimension, lot size, and things like that can apply. And we'll be talking about those standards that the applicant is seeking in the next one. Just understand that it lets you flex some of those conventional zoning standards. There's a variety of statewide planning goals we're supposed to look at. I won't get into those in too much detail. Goal 10 for housing is an important one. And when we get a letter from the Oregon Fair Housing Council, we know that we are addressing those well. So let me take a side note and talk about some of the testimony or documents that we have received since the staff report was created. One, and this was sent to the applicant earlier today via their land use consultant, Westlake, and to the commission. One of them was from the Fair Housing Council, just saying, you addressed goal 10 sufficiently. Thank you, Fair Housing Council. And then another is from Rhonda Kirtland. I'm assuming she's here and we'll talk about.
Gonna be on Zoom, she said.
Okay, she's on Zoom. And I know we have some commissioners on Zoom. We do have some of this stuff. If you want to read it again, your email didn't work, we do have them available to put up on the screen as necessary. If we go to the next slide. So one of the classic reasons for having the planned development overlay, it was properly, ignore the title.
Oh, it was correct,
Yeah,
sorry. It wasn't.
ignore the title. So you want to make sure that it's upside down now.
There we go.
One more.
Excellent.
The top is cut off, so it's misleading. Fit on the screen very well that way. The point of this is there's two significant wetlands on the site which are visible there. There's a complex on the south side which has a 50-foot upland protection zone, which is depicted here, and then there is a more linear wetland in the middle of the site which has a 75-foot upland protection zone. And these kind of properties where you have, pretty good wetland encumbrance are a good candidate for planned developments. And the three that we've seen that I mentioned all have had wetland encumbrances like this. And so it's a good tool to achieve a density given these kind of encumbrances. With the standard plan development, let's say you had a standard 7,000 square foot lot, it's supposed to be of a certain dimension. You're trying to put those puzzle pieces into some shapes which is tough to do and to get density that will pencil. And so the plan development lets you manipulate those to get things to fit. We'll see a little bit of that in the next one. But for the purposes of applying this overlay zone, it's a good candidate. As far as staff is concerned, it looks like it'll make sense for the overlay zone. And like I said before, the main thing is that both parcels would need to be used in the plan development proposal. Of course, the one they've submitted does do that, but just in case something happens to that, we want to make sure that stipulation is a part of it. So that's that one in a nutshell.
Questions of staff?
Yes. My understanding is that the applicant has a desire to, can either do the plan development overlay zone and the subdivision preliminary plat simultaneously or not.
That's correct. So it's possible that they would be like, well, we want to adopt this overlay zone, and maybe in 2025 we'll worry about a subdivision design. So it's not mandated that they come in with the subdivision immediately after. Now, normally people, you know, they want to get things moving, and so we see that. But you could adopt the overlay zone and wait a couple years for the subdivision.
Okay, so in this particular case, the applicant has elected to proceed by applying for the overlay zone and for the preliminary plat simultaneously.
Yeah, and that's why we have tonight 2 public hearings with the new Comstock on that.
Right. Okay, and so I do believe that since, you know, we see what they're trying to do, and this is a simultaneous application, that we do need to consider what the applicant is trying to do with the land and the preliminary plat on whether we consider the overlay zone.
Is it really simultaneous? They're one after another?
Well, the problem is for the purposes of making a decision, they're not simultaneous, because the plan development, one's quasi-judicial, the other one's legislative, and one is a decision of the council. This one, the other one is normally a decision of the planning commission, and so they may have a different starting point, but they have 2 ending points.
Which one's quasi-judicial?
The subdivision, preliminary plat.
Okay. And but I think that we know what the developer wants to do with the overlay zone, because these applications are being submitted together.
Yeah, that's true.
And so by natural procedure, if they don't have an overlay zoning, much we don't need to talk about the second one, correct?
Well, yeah, on the second one, there is a condition that there needs to be an overlay zone in effect, because the second one's not possible without it.
Okay, so just so for the sake of the hearing, I'm gonna move that we are going to consider what the applicant is trying to do with the overlay zone in considering whether we make a recommendation to the council to accept the overlay zone or not. And this goes to a lot of things, and there's a lot of things that on the way this land is being used, it's a little different than the way this land was presented as being requested to be used when the annexation was requested to us. So I do think that we should hear whatever testimony people want to bring on this issue and make sure that I'm not sure that order we're going to do it in, but whatever testimony people want to bring on the issue of how the land is going to be used, we probably should hear that same time or before we hear the overlays, before we make a decision on the overlay zone. That's what I think we should do.
I think that's what we've ever done, actually. We make a decision with our blinders on for the zoning, and really it doesn't matter what they want to do with it. It's the land development zoning that we're looking at. That's it for this decision.
And so I'm gonna address that with 2 points. One is, Jacob has said, how many years, 15 years plus of planning?
I've been here almost 15 years.
And this is which one?
The 3rd plan development overlay zone I've seen.
And how many times have you seen a planned overlay zone following an annexation in 6 months of a request of an annexation?
The other 2 have been in the city limits for years and years.
Okay, so this is the very first that, in your experience, that we have taken on this type of situation where there's been a requested annexation, a zoning has been requested, and a ruling has been made by the planning commission and then by the city council, and then within 6 months of that, 8 months or so of that application, we have a planned development overlay zone request being made at the same time as a subdivision preliminary plat. First time.
That would be a correct statement.
Okay, so I do think, since this is a unique situation, we should proceed there. Also, according to the applicant, and I appreciate the applicant putting this in their materials, the applicant put in that under St. Helens Municipal Code 17.20.130, the approval process and authority one, the commission shall. Let's see. Which is, oh, here it is, sorry. I'm quoting the different, this is at page 22 of the Westlake Consultants. Page 22, bottom right, says plan development, the process. One, plan development designation is an overlay zone application as to all zones. Two, there are 3 elements to the plan development approval process, and the elements are as follows. Recommendation of approval by the Planning Commission of the plan development overlay zone and the subsequent approval by the City Council. B, the approval by the Planning Commission of the preliminary plan development plan. And 3, I think that's a subdivision 3, the approval by the director of the final detailed development plan. And then the next rule under 17.148.015, the process, the plan development overlay zone shall be processed in the same manner as a zone change under the provisions of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.24.09030. So what, according to the applicant, under 17.148.015, that this process is one where it is essentially what we're looking at is a potential zoning change to the zoning of this property. So since the applicant, as I recall, came before and said they wanted R7, and we annexed the property, approved R7, made the recommendation to council. Council annexed the property, made it R7, and so this technically is a change for the zoning of this property into a kind of a unique animal that is a unique configuration.
I'm the
Not
applicant.
yet, not yet.
Sorry.
Yeah, there is an order
Sorry about that.
for those things.
Because a lot of what's being said is not correct.
Sorry, you'll get your time.
Okay, so I'm thinking that what we should do is when we're hearing the application for the overlay zone, we should be also hearing what it is they want to do with it. That's because they seem tied together.
Yeah, they're tied together. I think that could make things really foggy.
Oh, really?
I
Maybe
do.
it makes it clearer though.
Yeah, and I mean, as a planner, I'm used to abstract zoning. So, I mean, it's easy for me. It's a classic issue where everybody wants to get into the streets and the lot sizes. And that's not what this is about. This is whether these flexibilities should apply to, development proposal A, B, C, D, E, etc. for the subject property.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that we need to look at since these are being put together and this is a rezoning application. I think that what we should do is hear the testimony and then make our decisions. The point is this. I don't want to preclude people from testifying and bringing points forward that because we're looking at the overlay and there are issues about how this property potentially is being proposed to be rezoned. I want to make sure we hear all the testimony before we rule on either section of this application, in fairness to the applicants and anybody else that's here. So we don't rule on something and then we haven't heard all the testimony. So that's my concern to the commission. And I don't know why don't we just hear all the testimony and and then go one at a time, decide what we want to do.
One of the statements that I read was all testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable standards previously listed or other such criteria in the code or plan which the person believes applies to the recommendation, just to this recommendation of zoning. You can't direct it toward other things. So if they come up here and they testify about
Deer.
Wildlife habitat or whatever, even when we get into the subdivision, it doesn't have anything to do with that. So it has to be directed towards the decision. And those testimonies will not be very valuable if they're not directed towards the decision. Lots of times people come up and they give testimony that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. They're welcome to do that. But to be the most powerful, and I get comments on applications. And some of those comments are they don't have anything to do with my decision. So I like to train people to come up and give comments that are directed towards what we're deciding about, because then you're going to be more effective with comments. So I think, I don't know, from our rules, Chairman, I think that we should proceed as we said we're going to do, and just discuss the zoning. Sorry, I'm going to go against where you're recommending, and continue on in the abstract that we always have.
And now it is,
This is the first time, for the record, it is the first time in the history of Jacob that we are proceeding. We do not have a record. Today is the first day. And we also need to decide whether this is spot zoning. We also need to decide whether the statewide planning goals are being met. We also have to decide whether the property would not be efficiently developed as a subdivision without the planned development overlay zone. We have to decide whether the natural factors and local resources and goals and policy are being met by this overlay zone. We also have to decide again whether this is spot zoning, because I've gone through all of the things that we need to decide. And I do believe that the facts of what the applicant is trying to do bear directly upon those issues for us, and we cannot decide them in a vacuum.
So we've made these kinds of decisions many times. It's not the first time, not this exact decision, but something comes in with a subdivision. And it's just a subdivision. It's about breaking up the lot into 4 lots. We don't care if it's a Burger King there or a grocery outlet. Or, when we had that situation, we had the apartments, we had the grocery outlet, and now the Popeyes. When we did the subdivision decision, we knew that there was going to be a grocery outlet there. We heard about it. It was rumored. It was, it was a very high possibility. That wasn't the decision. We didn't have to care if it was going to be a grocery outlet or not. We just had to decide on the subdivision. That's it.
I'm going to make a motion, and I already made it, and I'm going to make it again. I'm going to look for a second. And we consider all of the testimony, and then we after we consider the testimony, we hear the testimony, ask our questions, that we first make a decision on the plan overlay zone, and then we make a decision next on the subdivision preliminary plat. That's my motion. Do I get a second? No seconds, okay.
and now we have freedom of speech rules, so anybody is entitled to give testimony. And if you want to give meaningful testimony, that's great. But you also have a right to free speech. So if you just want to come up, say a couple bad words and sit back down, you have that right too. And so I think we'll see what kind of testimony we get, and then the commission can do with that as they will as part of the deliberation.
Let me ask you this.
Before we get, I want to jump in here just before I act on Steve's motion or not, is the clarification. We followed, I believed that when we did the zoning, we zoned part of it R10 and part of it R7. We went along with the color line. Isn't that what we decided on the first hearing of the annexation?
It was zoned entirely R7.
R7, oh, okay.
Its entirety.
Okay. And then does this overlay make that zoning null and void? I'm a little confused on that. Does that?
Well, the zoning, so the zoning still applies and still has a function. It's the functionality which changes when the plan development applies, or at least it provides the option to change that. So normally a conventional subdivision, you have very specific lot sizes and shapes that you're trying to achieve. The plan development zone lets you ignore some of those, but there is still a density calculation tied with the zoning district that sets the target. And so if they had 100 lot subdivision and we checked our density standards, well, I don't think 100 lots would work. But 100 lots may be possible if we zoned it apartment residential, for example. And so it's how the zoning applies that the plan development overlay affects.
Well, Jennifer, I want to make sure that in answering your question, the land development is to develop a lot of lots, many lots that are like 4,000 square foot lots.
Yeah, that's where I was running into the issue is it seemed like we just had a similar decision and where we had approved zoning and the overlay, all of a sudden the developer was allowed to squeeze in 4,000 square foot lots and we had no say in it whatsoever. So that's what makes me uncomfortable in it. I'm going to second Steve's motion.
All in favor? Aye. Allowed.
Get out loud, you're plan commissioner proud.
So we have one.
I get an amen.
I guess we aren't passing that. Let's move on. In the interest of time, we've got things to do here. Let's continue as planned. So it's time for the applicant's presentation. Thank you for your patience.
A question before he presents, can I speak?
You're the applicant.
So, yeah, you can represent yourself as part of the applicant or someone in favor. But it's logical to be in conjunction with the
Well,
applicant.
I think it's important for the commission to hear the history and how we got to this point and why. And part of this, like planned overlay R7, that was my mistake. I'll be the first to admit that. I'm not a developer. I don't play one on TV.
Can you give out your name and how
Sorry.
you're related to this process?
My name is Jean Rain. I have power of attorney for Chieko Comstock. She's my mother-in-law. The late James Martin Comstock was my father-in-law. The land in question, plus 24 acres next to it, was our family farm. My husband's great-grandparents were some of the town founders, the Martins. And so Sarah Mae Martin married Hallie Day Comstock. And that's why it's the Sarah Mae and Hallie Day Comstock parcel. So a lot of the wetland studies, delineation, those pieces weren't even there, frankly, when the farm was acquired over 100 years ago, to give you an idea. The planned unit development overlay, part of the reason for that, and part of the reason why it's R7, we had 6 potential buyers. All of them wanted R5. They wanted to come in with attorneys and they wanted a big deal. But instead, we held our ground based on my father-in-law's request of we needed to do what was right for St. Helens. Because this is the town that he grew up in. This is the town that he's literally bled for in the Grand War. We talk about that acre parcel. His parents gifted him that because he saved the family farm fighting in the Korean War. So for us, this is personal. It's not just about a financial transaction. In fact, we could have made a lot more if we would have went with Lennar, D.R. Horton, or one of the big guys. But we didn't intentionally. We picked a smaller developer, and the R7 zoning was a requirement that we put into place that he wanted before he died. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to see it through. Val broke his hip, and the rest is history, right? With that piece, but I promised, and this is my mother-in-law and my husband's promise to him and his mother. This is what his mother's dream was, okay? So when we look at the bigger picture, we wanted to develop a community of something that they could be proud of and something that would be part of the family legacy. So when you think of the Comstock name, or you think of Grandma Sadie, that's where we wanted one of the roads, like I said, South Lane, it's going to be Sadie Lane, by the way, just so you know. It's for that piece. And the reason why we didn't just take the cash offers and jump and run, and I'm still here and I live in Arizona, but flew out for this meeting, is because it does mean a lot to our family to make sure that we fulfill the promise to our, it's gone, to our dad. My husband's father, but they, my parents died a long time ago and he's been a dad to me for 3 decades, I'll give you an idea. So we think of the bigger picture here, and we talk about how it got to that point, nobody was trying to trick anyone. I am the applicant on the annexation. If you look, it is my name attached to it. I just didn't know about that I had to apply for the plan unit development overlay on top of that. My father-in-law hired a couple of years ago, before he passed away, an expert from Oregon State University, Matthew Larrabee, and we can give you the report and the updated report on what the best use of the land would be. And we have painstakingly taken time to talk to the neighbors. He knew a lot of the neighbors, to find out what were some of the issues. Like if you look at Willie Lane, the safety and security pieces, if you look at, you know, the fact that there isn't on Pittsburgh Road, there isn't a sidewalk for people to walk across, it's not safe. So putting in the jogging trail or different pieces like that. So the development side that goes with that. So part of the reason for R7 with the plan unit development, and I apologize for rambling, is part of the wetland pieces. If you think about when Dick Bailey built that section of the property on Aunt Joanne's land, actually, that was part of the family farm too. They allowed them to dig the ditch to allow the overlay onto my father-in-law's property because it was the right thing to do for those residents. So it created more wetland for that piece. We knew that in 2006. I got to hear the F-bombs at the kitchen table, right? When he basically arguing with his brother, you know, long story short, different things like that. But for that piece, when we look at the bigger picture, so part of it is preservation, 2.65 acres are going not just for the wetlands, but to make sure we have the jogging trail that was promised to many of the people of the community, but it wasn't delivered, so that there's a safe passage. When you look at Meadowview Drive and you're going into, you know, Meadowbrook and then into town versus having to go along Pittsburgh Road, people have a place that they can run with their dogs. There's safe passage for safety. So a lot of time and effort has gone into this. It's not like it's a developer that's just trying to trick somebody. It's nobody trying to make a fast buck. Part of the reason why I'm here today is to keep the developers honest, and they will tell you that too, with that, because we have been personally involved, even though despite the fact that we lost 10 people last year, including my husband's brother and his dad and our son and a nephew, but I am still here, even though the year anniversary of his death, my father-in-law is July 24th, that's why my mom is not here. So my point to that piece, and I'll be quiet then, is this isn't something that we just took lightly. And I'm sure anyone that has talked to me, you know, whether it's Cindy or different ones, like we've made a point to figure out what we think is best for St. Helens, but not based on our opinion, by taking the time to talk to the residents of St. Helens, hiring the experts, looking at everything from urban growth boundaries to what are different grants and components that you guys could get. How do they get like lower housing? So not building the custom R10 lots with multi-million-dollar homes, correctly, that some of the developers wanted to do, and not necessarily thinking about would it fit into the community around it. Does that make sense? Help? I'm sorry I wanted to talk earlier, but it was just.
Question now or not?
Yeah,
Go
sure.
ahead.
I just wonder why your
He's my father-in-law.
father-in-law thought that you guys talked about R7. What was the thought there why that was something that would be best for the city?
So the idea with R7, with the wetlands, with the plan unit piece, that we could have more, one, you have to have the buffer zone for the wetlands. You'd have but you could also have more of a community. So as far as the lots, to be able to maintain the buffer zones, to be able to maintain the land, because you're going to need a homeowners association with rules and the funds to be able to keep all those areas up, frankly, to be able to put in the jogging trail that we want to build from one side to the other so that we can fulfill the promises that were made by developers, frankly, when building out Aunt Joanne's land and building out even Uncle Doug's to some extent, that actually brought that vision in place. So I wasn't thinking, I didn't know that the plan unit development couldn't be, that it wasn't part and parcel, right? I didn't know that it was an anomaly. So that was my mistake, because I am not a developer. If you Google my name, I'm one of the top industry experts in cloud computing, capacity management, technology. My father-in-law was an engineer as well. So we have a little bit of the engineering side, but this is something that is important to us, for lack of a better way to say it. So forgive my mistake.
I'm not
Nobody was trying to fool anyone. I am the applicant.
really it's more along the lines of there's a request for something and now there's a request for something else. And so I am just trying to figure out, for my purposes and the rest of the commission, was this planned overlay something that was thought about before you came for the annexation?
The planned overlay was what was recommended, R7 planned overlay zoning by Matthew Larrabee, the consultant that we hired from Oregon State, is the best use of the land based on having enough lots to be able to maintain and keep up the area. So it wouldn't be another burden on the city, frankly, to have, because we even offered, by the way, like one of the ideas we had is to donate the wetland area to the city, but the city didn't want it because that's more cost to the city to have to maintain it. So if you don't have enough funds in there, then it's not going to be maintained very well, is one. The other one is urban growth boundaries, to be able to get additional funds for things like uplifting the sewage system is one that you're going to need to do. And then some of the other discussions that have happened, but additional tax dollars to be able to support some of these things that, because of this infrastructure of the city and because of planning that didn't happen before like it should have, right? Nothing against this commission or anyone else, just sometimes there's growth that you don't see. Like if we all had that silver vision, or that, you know, if we're all genies, no pun intended, we could figure it out in the future. But looking at some of those pieces, so by being able to have the tax lots so that you can have the taxes to actually pay for the maintenance, the upkeep, the different pieces that are needed, and it's all part of that report that Matthew Larrabee did the first one a couple of years ago, actually 2 years before. And then we had them updated in November of last year after my father-in-law passed away. And that was their recommendation on the best use based on all the state of Oregon, city of Helens, Columbia County, regulatory components, the different grants and pieces that would be needed, and the urban growth boundary, and then to be able to bring in lower cost housing, because that was the other big part within the housing market because of the supply chain restrictions. And again, I'm not the expert, I'm just regurgitating all the stuff that I've learned over the last, you know, so many years work, you know, sitting at the table with them and then with these different consultants and that. But as the supply chain has gone up, housing affordability has gone down. And the renters right now in the city of St. Helens, for the 2019 report, was told to me that over 25%, it's rent heavy, and over 25% of those renters pay over 50% of their income in rent. So it was an idea to give them lower cost housing, but not necessarily to do the R5 zoning, like what the big guys wanted to do with the land use attorneys, and come in here with a bunch of attorneys, come in here and make it, no offense, a sugar honey IT show. And then really kind of, instead of looking at what was best for St. Helens, what was best for the developers. That's why we didn't do the cash deals.
Okay, so why, just out of curiosity, so if the overlay zone and potential R5 was thought about before the annexation, is that right?
The R5 was suggested and requested by many of the developers. There are some local ones, but they wanted to build out more like what they did for Emerald Meadows. And every time that I sat through these sessions, and all the neighbors that I have stopped by and talked to, their biggest complaint was shared driveways, traffic, that they didn't necessarily take into account the impact to the city of St. Helens, the developer that did that, and he was one of the potential buyers, by the way. So we pushed back for that.
Just on that, so you thought about potentially the overlay being used. Was there a reason why that wasn't presented at the time of the annexation?
The only reason why it wasn't presented is because I did the annexation application and I didn't know that you needed to do it separately. It was my ignorance. That's why when you asked and said that I was the one, if you look at, and Jacob will tell you, and Jenny, because I filled out the application with them myself. I'm not a developer. I didn't know that they had to be done together.
They didn't. I'm just curious why it wasn't done. That's fine.
It was my mistake. And I will be the first one to admit that I made a mistake and I'm sorry.
Stay here. But do you want to make
Sorry, go ahead.
more this presentation on the planned overlay?
I'll only say a couple of things. Ken Sandblast, Westlake Consultants, 15115 Sequoia Parkway in Tigard, 97223. I really appreciate all that context, and I just want to tie it together. This is an overlay. It's not changing the zone. I keep staring at the annexation aerial map, and the zoning of the R7 is consistent with the zones that are adjacent to it. This planned development overlay is simply the way, and I think Jacob said it at one point, it's just the way in which the land will be developed. And the planned development provides the flexibility to protect the resources that are out there. That is the only purpose of the planned development in this case and in most cases. And in exchange for
Be quiet, please.
in exchange for protecting those resources, the density is the same. And I think Jacob said that as well. The density is the same as it would be if you didn't do the planned development overlay. So technically, it's an overlay, so therefore it's a zoning, and the city council makes the decision. But it is simply just the way in which the land will be developed. It is not changing the underlying zoning or the density of the zones. And I think Jacob touched on that. I don't have anything else to add. We just hope that you allow this to happen. There was those comments made about, having the subdivision at the same time. And in this case, because you have it at the same time, you get to see what the results will be if the plan development is approved. And the result is a subdivision that complies with the requirements that are in place for the R7 zone with the PD overlay on it. So that's in a nutshell what I have to say, because we are specifically talking about the plan development overlay at this point. Any questions?
Clarity from you and maybe Jacob, not sure. So with the planned overlay, on top of what we already determined to be R7 zoning, but the lots still be the same, will all be R7 size lots?
No, the trade-off is that because in this case, and I think we've touched on it, it's 2.8 acres of open space that's protected, assuming all this moves forward with the subdivision as proposed. That's that's close to 24% of the property being protected. So therefore, the exchange for protecting that, because the community has already identified in its comp plans and wetland inventories that those are community resources. In exchange for that, the density gets transferred off of those areas. And I don't know how much you guys have dug into the zoning code. I'm sure you've seen it, but at 25%. So the transfer off of the 2.8 acres only comes off at 1/4 of the allowable amount. And when that density all gets put onto the remaining 9.5 acres, then the lot sizes are a little bit smaller, but the density underlying everything does not change.
I just want to make sure that the audience knew that the lot sizes would be smaller, but there won't even be any more houses necessarily.
Correct. That's correct. In fact, this is less than the maximum allowable density as per the density calculations that we'll talk about in the next hearing.
I have a few questions. You don't mind. So when you say the density is the same, that means the number of houses that can fit on the entire parcel are the same amount that would be. What do you mean by that exactly?
There's a difference. There's a difference between the calculated / allowable density and the density as it fits on the ground. So in the case of the calculated density on this property, it's unchanged by the PD overlay. It's 11 acres at R7 zoning. In fact, it's actually by the density transfer slightly less. Well, no, that's not the same. That's not true. The calculated density is the same regardless of the PD overlay because it's based on the R7 zone. Then how do you put that density on the ground? The PD gives you flexibility to take that density and place it on the ground, and therefore you don't get R7 minimum lot sizes, 7,000 square feet, you get some 5,000. And my quick count from that coming up is there's about 12 or 13 lots that are slightly under 5,000. The rest of them are over 5,000, but the reason is because you took 24% of the property away when you protected the wetlands and the open space, which everybody wants to do. So you have to get smaller lot sizes, even though the calculation is the same, if that makes sense.
Were you part of, was Westlake Consultants part of the application process for annexation?
No, we were not.
Are you the buyers?
I'm working with.
Noyes Development.
Yeah, Noise Development is my client who's.
And Noyes wasn't part of the annexation process either. So I applied for the annexation. I also, I also hired the consultants. I did the wetland delineation study. We did a lot of things that typically the seller would not do, just so that we could stay with the project through this point to make sure that the promises that were made, like the jogging trails and to my father-in-law doing what was in the best interest of St. Helens, was adhered to. That's why we picked Noyes.
So This is another question for Westlake. Do you see the hearings that, or the record where the annexation process was requested and R7 was proposed, and that the wetlands during the annexation process were actually discussed as not being developable?
I did not review the record in detail, if that's the question. Wetlands, I mean, the first rule of wetlands is you don't impact them. And then you try to avoid them at all costs and minimize their impact when you do that. We never looked anywhere near developing wetlands. In fact, as there's a setback, and it's talked about in the PD staff report, there's a setback of these wetlands, 75 feet on both sides of the north one and 50 feet on both sides of the south one. You don't want to get in that area either. That's the total of the 2.8 acres that would be open space because of this PD overlay, or as a result of this PD overlay.
Could you develop the property without the PD overlay? Could you develop it without the overlay zone?
Could you? Yes. Will we? No, for the reasons that we've already said, were said tonight.
How could the property be developed without the overlay zone?
How could the property be developed? You wouldn't transfer the density off of the 2.8 acres.
How big would the lots then be?
Well, without a PD overlay, they have to be a minimum of 7,000 square feet because that's the zoning.
Okay, and then you could make the lot 7,000 square feet plus and fit homes or your development on those size of lots and take into account the wetlands in the development, correct?
Definitely a scenario, but that's not the scenario that's going to be proposed tonight through the PD and the subsequent hearing after this.
Okay, so so you can develop it. Any other questions?
Thank you.
But it wouldn't have association, it wouldn't be any management of the open areas, the wetlands. It would just
It
be,
would be a bigger issue. You wouldn't have the homeowners association, you wouldn't have the management of the wetlands. Then we would be forced to go to the other 5 buyers that will come and bring their attorneys in and gun for R5, and then we'll just walk.
What about the people that wanted the bigger lots, the ones that wanted to build the bigger homes on the bigger lots?
They wanted $1 million homes.
Okay, so.
Is this
and
an
then
area for
preserve the
$1 million?
wetlands and make it really nice out there, out in the country, out in Sykes Road where it's super nice, all the properties are nice out there.
So, Mr. Tosh, respectfully, if you look at, based off of the information that was provided from the state of Oregon for development, the fact that we are going into one of the biggest recessions in our history, whether people want to admit it or not. So one thing I am an expert in is digital transformation. I am the first person that started writing about it, talking about it, and whether we believe it or not, given the fact that $100 trillion was invested in technology and there's 70 trillion in losses, you can only keep up that bubble for so long. And we've already started to see in California and other states where we've watched housing drop, and we are next, be realistic, where people, the $1 million homes are not going to be achievable for our children and our grandchildren in the future.
I know that what we have done in response to that is we have a housing study that we've done. And St. Helens has 20-year housing supply. So what we build from now on is really just kind of extra on top of. We don't have to build another house in St. Helens to meet St. Helens's obligation in providing housing under state law, period. And so what do we build? The question is there was a request for annexation, there's a request for R7. And I just wanted to find out why this overlay. I think you answered my questions on those, so I don't have any other questions on that.
the questions of the applicant.
On the question of there'd be the same amount of houses in your plan, just if it was state R7, how could that be?
Well, what I was saying was the density that's allowed is unchanged. So the calculated density for the property, R7 with the PD and without PD is the same. It's how does that density fit onto the ground? So in the R7 density, it's 47 lots or something, I think it's 47.5 or something.
There would be less houses. Because you'd have
Without the PUD, yes, because you can't, you'd have to comply with the R7. That's the question I answered a moment ago.
Or bigger, you can make 10,000 square foot lots.
It's maximum lot size. I don't know.
You can build 2 houses on them, right? You can build a big house with like an in-law granny unit for people to buy. You can do that.
I don't build houses, so I don't know.
Well, the 7,000 is the minimum. You can make it bigger. And then the folks that buy these bigger homes presumably are looking up their rents.
I just would say, and this is tangentially related to what you're talking about, but I want to emphasize what I said. The open space that's being protected has already been identified by the community as being important to the community for the resource that it provides. And they've regulated the land to add on buffers to both sides of that resource. Therefore, the planned development is a way in which that recognition of that community amenity gets recognized. The planned development allows the property owner to transfer density from those areas at only 25% of what's allowed. So it's a trade-off, and it's a way in which private property owners get recognized for protecting community amenities that frankly are regulated and required to be. So that's, in a nutshell, non-zoning. That's what the planned development is doing at one level.
Are you saying the community resources of the wetlands can't be protected with bigger lots?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, without the homeowners association to upkeep the wetlands, who's gonna pay for it?
They're wild, deer and ducks with them.
Yeah.
Blackberries.
You live there.
And I understand that. I do.
You remember the conversation that we had? You might.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, so you'll have an opportunity to use that.
Thank you.
So, the next group of people is testimony in support of the application. Anyone who wants to come up and
I have
testimonies?
someone on Zoom if there's no one in person in support of the application.
You may go. You may continue.
Just a second here. Okay. Clark, and we can hear you.
Hi, Clark Vorm, Noise Development, 16305 Northwest Bethany Boulevard, Portland, Oregon. Thanks for listening to me. I've been hearing everything you guys have been saying. As the developer wanting to come into St. Helens and build a community you'd be proud of, our application, I think, is valid. And like Jeannie said, we have been listening to the neighbors, asking around and seeing what would match the communities around it and fit in. And I feel like that's what we're bringing to the table. I think one thing that's been understated is we've been talking about density, and what we've really been trying to do is, like I said, match the communities around us and build something special for St. Helens. Provide parking on streets and not try to pack houses in there, which is, not our MO. We really try to build something that the community will be proud of. I don't have much else to say besides that. I think Ken explained it really well. I feel like the city, from what I've communicated with them on every department, has been in favor of the development. I'm a little taken back by the opposition from some council members. So far, I don't really understand where that's coming from. This seems like a very normal application to build something that you guys would be proud of as a city. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, you have a question?
I've got a question for this gentleman here.
Yeah.
Typically, how many square feet will all your houses be?
Well, from our research, we don't want to build anything that's huge. We're kind of in the kind of medium range zone. We're thinking of 2,000 to 2,400 square foot houses, 2-car garages, maybe some little side units to maybe put a boat or something. Just build a nice product. I mean, if you look us up as a builder, and feel free to research us. We haven't built in this community yet, but we are one of the only builders I know of that gets 5-star reviews from every single one of our customers because we care about the communities we build. And I'll stand behind that 100%. And so when we come in here and want to build a community, we want to make you guys proud of what we built, and we want to make Jeannie proud and her family proud, and that's why we're doing this. And I'm willing to work with the city to make that happen. I feel like that we have a good relationship so far, and we want to build product that matches the community that the community needs, and I think they do need that still. Yeah, does that answer your question? Did you have another?
Well, that's
Want
fine.
me to elaborate on that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners on Zoom would like to ask a question. You have an opportunity, Jennifer and Russ. Anyone in here?
Can I just make a comment, like when you talk about maintaining the wetlands and why it's so important for us? That creek is where my husband and his dad used to go and pick blackberries. That is where, when he was a kid, my father-in-law used to build his forts with his brother. The land that we're talking about that everyone's enjoying with the wildlife and the deer, that was the family farm.
What was the first thing that happened as soon as you decided to sell it?
No, not the opportunity, but now, sir, you can't keep to the strict rules of this. I'll have to ask you to leave. Thank you.
Yeah, and you'll have a chance to rebut, so.
Yeah, take notes and then come back up when.
Sorry,
So, anyone else?
I do want to say just one more quick thing. Is that I know that as a developer, I know nobody that owns land next to something that's getting developed likes it getting developed, and that's totally fine and understandable. We do take pride in working with our neighbors too, to see, listen to you and see if there's something that can make our development better, or it's a good suggestion. We'll definitely take that into account, and I'm open to all those inquiries. Happy to give my number out, open a dialogue. We want to build a community, and we want everyone to be happy with it. And I understand that no one likes development next to them, and you love a big open field, but you also don't own the land, right? And so if it's developable, it's going to happen, but we're open to making that something that everyone's proud of and that they will like, within reason, obviously.
Can I ask Clark a couple of questions? This is Jennifer Hudson.
Sure.
Clark, do you generally have covenants and restrictions in your neighborhood you build?
Of course. Yeah, it's required.
Okay, and then price range of what you're building?
Again, that's kind
I
of
only
a
asked
question
because we
that's
had an
tough
affordable
to.
house. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not building some crazy high spec in there. We want the citizens of St. Helens to be able to afford these houses. We generally actually honestly build a really high quality home that's more in the higher price range. These will be very high quality homes, but not something over the top. We're thinking, again, the market's changing all the time, and I feel like it's kind of a tough question to have me name the price range, but it's something reasonable.
Somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000. Is that a safe?
That's probably a fair range. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Of course.
I have a question. How many houses would be built with 7,000 square foot lots on the buildable land?
Off the top of my head, I don't know that. Again, I'll go back to what everyone explained again. When you have a property that is this size, that has that percentage of land that's not buildable, when you go into transfer density, you're not trying to get a bunch more lots than should be on there. You're building essentially the same community that you would build if that 10 acres was fully developable, but it's not, right? So you're transferring some of that density into the other portions to add some more lots, which obviously changes the zoning, but not in some egregious way. And I'll say again, there's a bunch of builders, like Jeannie said, that want to come in here and they want to slam as many lots as they can in there and make as much money as they can. That is not our MO. That's not what we do. We want to build a community that people want to live in, that they're proud to live in. Go talk to any one of our homeowners. They will tell you the same thing. They love living in our neighborhoods, and I think our neighborhood is a benefit to St. Helens.
Clark, can you state the company that you're with again, so I can?
Noise Development, NOYES.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and feel free to look us up or contact me, whatever you want to do.
Well, those of you who are itching to come up and support or not support the opposition to the application, come up at this time.
You wanna start with neutral?
Put in the thing here, but is there any one of those neutrals, not support or opposition? It's a funny,
I'm
I
semi.
don't know if you're neutral or not.
So it's hard to tell sometimes. I'm John Brewington, 59483 Meadowview. St. John's. I live on Meadowview, obviously. I have a house about 3/4 of the way down. It's 2,800 square feet with a 3-car garage on 3/4 of an acre. I don't have any real specific objections to the proposed building. But I have 3 or 4 things that I find of interest. One is, I don't know who owns the street we live on. It was owned by the county, it was owned by the city. I don't know if annexing it took that control of it, but I don't know what's on it. I did see on the plot map that they have for the place that they're using our street. Funnel all those cars to go to get Pittsburgh Road. And that's a problem for us. Dead end street now. We get enough cars coming down, they think they're on Bar Avenue and turn around and go back. So it's an issue for us. The other thing that I've heard is that sewer line doesn't have the capacity to handle a large number of homes. I don't know if that's absolutely true, but I did hear that. And to me, that's, I don't know what you do. You have to, it's mainline, I guess. And let's see.
We have another hearing after this on the subdivisions.
So I was gonna excuse myself.
You're used to that.
Unless you have a question.
That's it, yeah. Right.
And I wasn't talking to anybody. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have someone on, for neutral on Zoom,
Be good.
Courtney. Unmute yourself.
Good evening. Sorry, I could not find the building. Just wanted to say that this has been really interesting. I'm actually looking at the property that is that we're talking about today, and our property borders that right now. So I wanted to bring my concerns, as it's stated in the notice of public hearing, failing, raise an issue. I'm just a banker. I'm not a developer, but we have the concerns are not just about our home specifically, although I do have some concerns about erosion outside because we have a large retaining wall. And with that retaining wall, we have some significant concerns about how far the building will be from property lines, as far as digging and things like that, fencing, and maybe this isn't the right place to talk about that. But as I said, I'm just not sure, and I didn't want to miss my opportunity to raise those concerns and not bring that into question. I've gotten some good information here tonight as far as the jogging trail that is being proposed and things of that nature. We are concerned about traffic going through, and you're right, Mr. Vorm, that no one does really like their bordering property to be built upon. And in knowing that, we want to make sure that our property value stays somewhat intact. We have a tree that is right on the line, and all of this is wonderful information, but it doesn't give specifics. And I'm glad that you had said, reach out to you specifically. And like I said, we're just concerned about the existing trees, erosion to the area that is existing. And, it sounds like the seller wants to do right by the community, do right by neighbors and the neighborhood. But I really heard and bring those concerns face to face so that it can go smooth. We are neutral. We're not for or against, but we want to work and partner with your noise development so that we can keep our little area of peace as well as our area of property intact. It's very concerning because we do have extremely large rocks. And I'm sure you've been out here and had the survey and probably know which one on Edna Bar Lane that that I'm referring to. So I just wanted to make sure that me and my partner are able to discuss this with someone that will take our concerns and you know, into consideration.
Thank you, Courtney. Any other neutral testimony on Zoom
Not on Zoom for neutral.
in the room? Apologize for this very stiff, very formal way of talking. Thank you for your patience if you still have testimony. So now we're to testimony opposition to the application. If you have something you would like to say, come up and state your name.
My name is Matt Snuck. I live on Meadowview. When I had a conversation with this lady, the couple of times I had it, it was all about the money. I've talked to other family members that own that property, and the wish of her father-in-law was to build his one retirement home because his family has owned tons of acreage out there. And it's been whittled down to that, where his tree fort still resides from when he was a kid. So saying what's in the best interest of a community you don't even live in, you don't know. What you told me specifically was it was all about the.
Just address us.
What she explicitly.
Out is whether we should, agree that this overlay zone.
Yeah, well, I mean.
So that'll allow sort of an adjustment in the potential zoning of the property.
Right. Your idea, or what you had mentioned about building a handful of $1 million homes is a much more palatable thing. But building more low income, we just had a massive apartment complex built, another one under construction now for low income. Why do we need low income houses on that property? It brings crime with it. We haven't increased our police force, and our street has been relatively untouched by crime like Cadillac conversions being stolen, break-ins and all the other stuff, except for our mailboxes up on Pittsburgh, which get raided, quite frequently. But because of the one way in, one way out, we've kind of diminished some of that. You bring low income houses, put through streets onto our street, increase the traffic, then we have all sorts of problems. And we haven't increased our police force at all. That is my biggest thing. You're a salesman, I don't want to talk to you, dude. So he keeps raising his, not you, that dude up there, sorry. He's on the screen, he may not be able to see me. Not you, sorry. He keeps raising his hand, I don't know.
The ones that are decision makers.
Yeah, no, I know, but he keeps raising his hand like he wants to say something. He's a salesman, I recognize the salesman. He's gonna blow smoke up everybody's trying to. But regardless of which, if it has to be developed, protect the wetlands, absolutely. Put fewer houses, like a good, high quality, high end houses, get some of the best of our community in there. Right? Give them an opportunity. Don't just bring a bunch of more, just to stuff the small areas with housing. It's dumb.
Do you think that 4,000 square foot lots are consistent with the area where you live?
Not at all. So the neighborhood over that, where they're, pardon the terminology, asshole to belly button, they're right next to each other. Those are what they're gonna put in there. That's what the proposal is. Those are the kind of lots.
How do you think that would affect the neighborhood area?
It's just gonna increase volume. It's gonna increase traffic. It's gonna increase crime. Those neighborhoods, the neighborhood the street, I can't remember all the street names, right behind us has through streets. The house right behind us got hit. Not once, but twice with Cadillac converters and break-ins. The van broken into, tools stolen, all that stuff. The Bar Avenue right over across the other side of the field, because they have so many through streets and easy exits for people. These guys that are driving around with these vehicles, stealing things, they have lookout vehicles and they scatter and go to the wind. They need more than one way in and one way out. Right now, we've been able to sort of protect our neighborhood, or that's been a sort of a protection. We don't have a lot of police force that comes out our way or just patrols out that way. So it's really the neighborhood, our community, that's been looking out for each other. And right now, that's been a blessing, not having a through street there. So
you think houses less close together is more consistent with the surrounding area?
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
How long did you live with the Meadowbrook address?
Of 7 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. For
Oh, did you have, yeah,
Name, sorry.
Matt?
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to the?
Valerie O'Farrell. I have not talked to the seller. I'm on the driveway that goes up Barn Sykes. And we have a shared driveway right now. But our driveway will be a shared driveway. I guess at the end of our driveway is where the road's going to be going into the first phase. And I have a lot of concerns about that, but this may not be the meeting to talk about it.
Just about the zone, this is about the zone overlay to have a planned unit development. Concentrate, not necessarily the design of the subdivision.
Okay, so you will have that later.
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe next year.
okay, but I agree with this
Okay.
map that was just here.
I'll be looking forward to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I've been here before, it's nice to see you guys. Vicky Noose, 34854 Westboro Way, real close to where it's happening. So I'm not in favor of the overlay, if that's what we're talking about. I had read through a lot of the material. I didn't realize that there was another piece of it that I missed that talked about the sewer and all, which is next meeting, is that correct? Okay, but there was a quote in there and it says property can't efficiently be developed as subdivision without planned community overlay zone because of significant makeup of wetlands. And my interpretation of what was happening with those first couple of meetings having to do with R7 versus R10 versus R5, what we were doing and what I interpreted you all as understanding it yourselves, was that these would be R7 lots. I had no problem with that. Of course, I'd like to see it not be subdivided since I live right there, but you know, it's not my property like somebody said. So this overlay, what I don't understand and what I had expected it to be, okay, we've got 12 acres. We've got 2.5 acres that's wetland that can't be used. We've got R7 in addition to that. That's what we got. We make R7 lots. We have a wetland that they leave alone and we move on. We don't have 60 something houses on 4,000 to 5,000 square foot lots. That is, to me, high density. It's not apartments, but it's as close as you can get, especially if you're doing very large homes, 2,400 square feet, as he said. You don't have any land around those things. They're wall to wall. So no, I'm not at all for it. I don't understand. I'm assuming that Mark from Noise is saying that we wouldn't do it, or I think it was Westlake, not Mark, but we wouldn't do it without including the density of the whole 12 acres. And so we could make the lot smaller I'm assuming, to make up the difference financially. But we don't want to make up the difference financially. We want this to be R7 without overlays. I don't want to see the overlay. I think that's a mistake. And I don't want to see the community go that direction. I saw the last subdivision, not happy with that. So the one on the other side of us that had overlays. So, yeah.
What street do you live on?
Westboro. I am the lot on the right-hand side closest to the subdivision. At the end. You got it? Yeah.
And you think that the 4,000 square foot lots are inconsistent?
Completely inconsistent with the surrounding area.
Okay. And then how long have you lived on?
18 years,
Okay.
13 years. Seen a lot of change. But this is what I want to see. I don't want to see the overlay. I'm fine with it.
Houses being close together, something that's consistent with that area, Sykes Road, your experience?
No. Let's see. I don't, there are some R5s, I think, over more towards St. Helens past Meadowbrook subdivision, the 80 something house subdivision on the other side of the property that we're discussing. I think it's R5. It looks pretty good.
That's a lot of subdivisions in council.
Yeah, well, there's on Brookfield, then there's this. piece of land that we're discussing, then there's Meadowbrook, and then the one just beyond that, closer to St. Helens. I don't know, they're pretty small.
Yeah, you do get higher zoning as you move
Yeah.
east.
But so this is in the middle, we're not going that way. That making sense?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, this stuff? Or anything? For Russ? Thank you.
Yeah.
And anyone else would like to testify in opposition to plan unit development?
Hello,
What's your name?
my name is Shauna Harrison and I live at 206 North Vernonia Road, just down the way. My father-in-law actually developed Meadowview Drive, so I'm very familiar with the area. And when he developed it, it was zoned R10, and he still chose half-acre parcels to try to blend in with the rural setting in the area around there. The Edna Bar, that whole development there, most of those parcels, I had a hard time finding any parcel there that was less than like 7,000 square feet. I believe all those parcels in that area, and I could be wrong, but I do believe they're all 7,000 square feet from the information that I looked at. I was down here when they asked to develop this, and I was in neutral of R7. I am a local realtor, so I do realize the housing crisis and that we need to build. I'm very, very concerned about how we're building. It's always been my big thing when I come down here to city council meetings or to the commissioner meetings in regards to how we grow, because we all know that we're growing. I do wonder what the water municipality is going to be for this development, but I realize that's further down the line. I realize that today is just on the overlay. I mean, I counted, and I could be wrong, it's really hard to read the print on it, but there's like only 7,000 square foot lots. I'm honestly, I don't care about the gross versus mass, you know? I mean, the gross, it's like gross pay versus net pay kind of thing. You know, these guys keep on pushing this narrative with this wetlands, but the wetlands are irrelevant because environmental studies and things of that nature are going to make us have to do some kind of setbacks there in order to preserve those. And anybody that lives in the direct community of that area are aware that there is a huge creek that is seasonal that goes back in between Westboro and goes in between Meadowview Drive. They live in it. It's right in their backyard. So it's year round. I mean, you could go down there and wait. I was gonna go down there today, I'll be honest, but it was just too darn hot. I mean, I just wasn't, I couldn't do it today. I was gonna go over there just because I do genuinely have major concerns about how we are growing out here. And I think that this isn't like for the area. You know, I tried to take some notes when I was listening to their information. You know, I mean, to me, if there was so much, you know, regard to preserving it for Mr. Comstock. I mean, my husband used to ride dirt bikes in that field, you know, he was very, very gracious and kind. He loved that it was just a field. They could kind of go do whatever they want. And it kind of inherently preserved a little bit of the rural setting that a lot of people in our community love. I mean, one of the first things you'll hear about people from St. Helens is they're very grateful not to be from Portland. So, you know, to me, building the community is building like for the area. I really am here in regards to Yankton, in regards to Warren, in regards to preserving how people are going to, you know, have their farmland, their, you know, areas where they can grow gardens. You know, that's, you know, I know that it's directly correlating with having dirt with livability of spaces. When you do max density and you put people in nose to nose like that, the livability digresses, and there's massive studies about it. And also the situation with affordability, he's already stated between 500 and 600,000. And we all know that regardless of max density, that doesn't necessarily equate affordability because we you as government, you don't have control over the free market in regards to real estate, no more than I do as a real estate agent. So it's all based off of supply and demand. Jennifer can attest that the market it's waning. The market is waning. So unfortunately, Ms. Comstock, or I don't know what her name is, and I apologize, her dialogue in regards to stating that, it's about making affordable housing. Well, with all due respect, $500,000 to $600,000 is just not affordable housing for the general affordable census out here. And that's okay. Maybe they could build apartments, but obviously we don't want them to build apartments, but we're getting that over here. So like you said, one of you had mentioned that we have our housing needs for our area where we're at. So I stand here with rural areas that are doing their best to preserve their space, their gardens, their pastures, their farms, their land, their little piece of their pie, while we're all trying to mitigate the new world per se. It's blocks away from Yankton, blocks away from Warren. I think it sends a really, really unreasonable precedent to even think about having that max of density in that area. I could say a million more things.
Just before you go, any questions? Thank
They're
you.
like, no.
Thank you for your. Anyone else, testimony? Thank you. Say your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Abigail Dawson. I own one of the homes on Mountain View Drive, 59312. Apologize, I'm going a little quickly because this is a little bit of a. So with regards to the zoning overlay that has been requested, under traditional R7 zoning, there are minimum lot sizes, 7,000 feet for individual homes, 10,000 feet for duplexes. Under normal R7 zoning, those are the only two forms of buildings that are allowed to be built, single family or duplexes. In their Exhibit A on their PD standards, they're saying that the minimum requirement for both of those under standard R7 is 7,000 feet. That is incorrect, as far as I understand R7 zoning. But they are requesting a variation for both single family and duplexes to be allowed on 4,000 square foot lots in their own Exhibit A. They're talking about single family homes now, but what's to say that they're not going to build duplexes under the new zoning? They still could, but they're trying to be able to put them on smaller lots. If you've got that small of a lot and you're building a 2,000 square foot home, a 2,400 square foot home plus a garage, you can't go out, you have to go up. That removes the open feel, the rural characteristics of the neighborhood. It is not consistent if you have to have a 3-story building in order to get up to that square footage on a 4,000 square foot lot. That is not consistent with the existing properties and the existing homes. My home is 1,800 and change square feet, 3-bed, 2-bath with a 2-car garage on almost 15,000 square feet. That is the norm of the area, not 4,000 square feet lots with 2,000 plus square foot homes. That is a big difference. And I think under the traditional R7 zoning, which is what it is now, they would be required to follow certain standards for what their buildings could be. They have larger setbacks than what they are asking for, which we don't have any guarantee of what they're going to do if they get this special overlay. So my concern is that they would potentially change their mind. As Jeannie has stated, this is the way that she decided to go, but as Jacob had mentioned, this is only a development plan. It's just a proposal. This may not be the final one. There may be 3 or 4 or 5 or 7 or 10 or 20 of them before they're done. But if we put the special overlay over this property, we are giving them free license to change their minds in all kinds of ways that potentially are unpredictable, unforeseeable, that would drastically change the nature and the character of that property, of the surrounding areas. I do agree that the wetlands, I was in the original planning commission meeting for the annexation. My understanding was that the wetlands and the buffer zones, the protection 50 feet setbacks from those wetlands boundaries were undevelopable. So when you then start trying to say, oh, we're gonna put a special overlay as if they were developable, just because we don't wanna have to, have fewer homes, that drastically changes what my understanding was of the commission's recommendation during annexation. This would be the third zoning that this property has had in less than a year. Each subsequent zoning change drastically impacts the property values of the surrounding neighborhoods, and not for the better, because they are increasing density. Yeah, it's not density being increased over the whole thing, but you're talking about pockets of density. And that changes the characteristics of the neighborhood.
Anyone else in opposition would like to testify? Please come up to the, you don't have to necessarily sit, but say your name.
Matt Harrison. I live on 34875 Sykes Road, St. Helens. On the corner of Mountain View and Sykes. I bought that house in '96. And I was here when we first did this. They sold the first piece of property there. Made Mountain View Road and everything else. They did. That was the community then was crazy. This room was twice as full here. I mean, there's people out the door making sure that land wasn't just plowed under and the houses weren't built over the wetlands. See that the community really be together and make sure that that neighborhood stays the way it was, or to build a nice place to live, to build not a cookie cutter community. I'm sure that'll come down the road sooner or later here, and we'll all be in Hillsborough again. And I don't think anybody here wants to be in Hillsborough. I mean, give us 20 years, give us 30 years or something before that happens. But I think the 7,000 square foot lot situation would be the best for that piece of property. Just because that's the theme. That's the best situation for that piece of property. I'm not up to snuff on the overlay or the 5,000 square foot thing or anything like that. But just I've been there for 20, almost 30 years, and it's just that's the neighborhood. There's plenty of other low or high density pieces of property, I'm sure, coming down the road, and just it just wouldn't be the right thing to do. That's about. I built a house there on that street myself. I split my lot and built a home. It's a 7,000 square foot lot, but anyway, that's all I gotta say. I wouldn't go anywhere but the 7,000 square foot lot situation.
No questions for this president.
Sure.
Anyone else would like to come up and testify in opposition? State your name for the record.
My name is James Schober. I live at 59543 Meadowview Drive. I've lived there for about 5 years. I just recently bought the place. Like Matt said, it's like we kind of community ourselves down there. So I think it should stay 7,000 square feet or more, as he stated. To me, this is like a big old sales pitch. Like, let's throw houses in there, like every city council or the guy behind me or whoever. So pretty much just reiterating what everybody else says, so it's on the record. Thank you.
Anyone else want to go up and testify in opposition? All right.
Oh, I have people on Zoom if there's no one else in the room. Okay, so iPhone, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hello.
Do you have video?
Yeah, not right now. I'm sick.
Okay, no worries. We can hear you.
My name is Autumn Oliver. And my mom lives at 34815 Westboro Way. It's a house right before Rich Bailey developed that R7 development. That was a hot mess. Nobody was excited about it. In fact, my mom is pushing for more stop signs, and she is being granted more stop signs because of the traffic flow in there. There are a lot of kids that play, and because of safety issues and blind corners, we're having to do improvements to keep our neighborhood safe. And then other people are packing up and moving, and they're out of here. My other concern is they want to do this as an R7. It could potentially look like Rich Bailey subdivision. Another thing I was also going to say is hats off to everybody that's opposing to this, because as the community grows, there's going to be more people coming in and saying, no, we've had enough. This is enough, taking the town back and letting their voice be heard, which needs to happen. The other thing I wanted to say was hats off to the guy in the blue shirt too, because I like his point of view about saying, why can't we build a house with in-law? And I'm 28 years old, and that's what I'm looking to do to care for my mother. And that's a lot of my friends are doing the same things, because housing is unaffordable. You can't afford it by yourself. So people are living and moving in with their families. 500 to 600,000 is what Rich Bailey sold his homes for. And a lot of those people came from not St. Helens, they came from the Portland metro area or California. That is who moved in there. My other thing was, yes, the first guy mad about the seller, it doesn't matter if she's not going to get the highest, she's not going to go for the highest person that wants to build on that land. She is still getting money out of the deal. Bottom line, that's the end of the story there. And then my other last point I wanted to make is when we talk about zoning, a great explanation of zoning is looking at Popeyes and grocery outlet and the hospital and the apartments. I mean, their manager at grocery outlet had to go out and tell people, you're blocking our handicap parking. People can't get out, because it was a total disaster. And it still is a disaster. There's accidents that happened only days after that thing was built. So when we're talking about zoning places and how many plots, we really need to consider about the impact it's going to have and what could potentially be built there, because it's really starting to affect St. Helens, and we can't just take it away once it's already built. And that's it. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay,
Anyone else on Zoom?
is raising her hand. Rhonda, do you have a video?
Rhonda?
I sounded pretty
Yes,
good.
hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hold on, I think I'll turn on my video here. I wanted to just reiterate some of the other comments that have been made. My name's Rhonda Kirtland. I live at 59305 Bar Avenue. I'm down at the southern end. And I just wanted to kind of quote the ordinance number 3281, Exhibit C. So that was, that was the annexation. And so the city's housing needs, this is straight from it, the city's housing needs are technically met for the next approximate 20 years. The highest density zoning is the only category that is close to a deficiency. So i.e. no large surplus. So, we discussed that. There was no need for higher density housing for this property. The second point on ordinance number 3281 was the Planning Commission recommended R7 for the entire property, in part because the sensitive lands in the respective upland protection zones will dictate a certain amount of protected open space for the subdivision. The sensitive lands create separate and distinct development areas, which will inherently result in a subdivision that contains more open space and separation. This commission felt this would be perceived as a less dense development overall. The city council agreed with this. So it was our understanding, attending those meetings, that the city, the commission, even the applicant was all on board for this, a little bit more open space, bringing in the feel of this this land and everything that lives on it. And so receiving that overlay, I was looking at it, it's kind of hard to read because it's so small, but it looked like there was 46 lots and only 9 of them were R7 or above. And so it was really shocking to to know that it was supposed to be this more like open and more rural type of feel, but then this came in. It kind of felt like we were being undercut. I kind of felt like I was played in a way, because it seemed like everybody was on board for this, and then all of a sudden this is what's going to happen. So I just kind of feel like everyone else, I just don't feel like it fits with our community. It doesn't look like what anybody had discussed or was on board with. And so that's where I'm in opposition. I feel like it should be a little bit more spaced out. I mean, I understand them wanting to be able to utilize it and have an overlay so they have versatility, but to me, it just seems like only 9 lots that are larger and within that zone. It seems like you might be able to throw in a few smaller lots so that you have versatility. It just seemed a little lopsided to me. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. All right.
We've got one more.
Okay.
Heidi Oliver.
Heidi. If you have a video, it'd be great. You're muted. Heidi, we're ready for you.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. You have a testimony in opposition.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm Heidi Oliver. I'm Autumn Oliver's mom. I live at 34815 Westboro Way at Mountain View Drive. Okay. And I had to deal with Rich Bailey and that mess over there. And my concerns are 2 things. First, our traffic. First, we have foot traffic. We had a state trooper that moved because his wife's car got broken into on our street. They knocked all the windows out of it, and he moved. He moved to Sandy, Oregon, okay? And I have another city cop that lives across the way from me, okay? And he's keeping an eye on all of us. This is out of control. We have an infrastructure that can't handle it. You want to go to Safeway? Go ahead on Friday. You want to go all the way down to the meat section? We have no groceries. We have nothing. And Grocery Outlet is not the place to go to shop. I am concerned. I am upset. I have lived here, let me see, in this county 32 years. I worked for the county road department. I also worked for the Port of Portland Police Department. I am livid. I don't like it. I don't need any more traffic, and we don't need any more stop signs. And I'm dealing with Muhammad, and he's going to get some more. And this is crazy. This is craziness. We have enough houses. You look over there off of Vernonia. It's packed. It's packed. How many more do you need? Is this all about stuffing the coffers to the city water department? Is this what this is? Is this all about taxes, or is this about that excursion boat or the motel downtown? You know, really? Are you really going to disrupt this whole town to make it so you guys get more money? Is that really what it is?
All right, thank you for your testimony. Very interesting. Else in opposition? Zoom or in person?
Don't see anybody else.
Okay. Now it's time for rebuttal by the applicant if you would like to.
It was like, but to address a couple of people that were saying they knew what my father-in-law intended or what he wanted.
You're talking to us.
You're talking to them, right? It's us.
He gave me his power of attorney in 2006. So it didn't just happen overnight. I had breakfast with the man 3 days a week for the last 21 years before he died. I'm the one who changed his bloody bed sheets. I'm the one that took care of him until the end. So I think those that hearsay think that they know what he wanted. I'm sorry. I do not think that was appropriate. And I'll just leave it at that. With that piece. And progress or change is not something that anyone wants. But just like when they built out Mountain View Drive, when they built out the parts of Uncle Doug's land and Aunt Joanne's land, That change wasn't wanted at that time either. That was all one big farm. It wasn't just this 12 acres. It was a 33-acre farm that was passed down to Grandma Sadie. So each one that is testifying, part of your testimony and part of the reason why you've enjoyed what you have is because of the change that the family proposed and embraced. Was it perfect? No. Could it have been done better? Absolutely. That is why I am still here. And yes, is it about, is my mother-in-law gonna make money? Is his widow, who we've spent every penny that they had on his care towards the end, this is all she has left. We're not selling the land because it's something that we really wanted to do. We're selling it because it's what we have to do for her care. And anyone who's faced with the same thing with the 72, it's not like 72, she's gonna go back to work. This is it for her. However, we are doing it with care, and we are doing it looking what is in the best interest of St. Helens. Now, to address some of the different comments or the issues, right? So we talked about even everything from the traffic. That's part of the reason why a traffic study was done. That's part of the reason why the family outside of the developers, before we talk to the developers, before we entertain the proposals that they have gotten over the last 20 years, I've seen every single one of them. Before we've entertained any of them, we hired consultants to figure out what was someone local to Oregon from Oregon State University, the best use of the land, looking at for the city, for the state, and looking at for the infrastructure upgrades. It's not about filling the coffers for the sewage system. At the end of the day, the sewage system needs to be upgraded to the point of what, $4 to $6 million, something crazy like that, to that point. So those are expenses that somebody needs to cover. And as the supply chain gets lower, as the costs of building increases in time, the cost of the housing is going to increase. So you either increase the price astronomically to what people can afford. If you look at a $500,000 to $600,000 home, you have to make over 6 figures to afford that. If you're looking at a larger home on a larger lot, you're talking over $1 million. How many people actually have that kind of income in St. Helens?
There's actually quite a few, to be honest with you.
There are a few of tech.
Quite a few.
That's up for you to comment, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So when we looked at that, it was based off of the characteristics of what the requirements or the needs were for St. Helens to have more affordable housing so that people starting out could afford to buy the homes. It wasn't about just bringing people in from other areas. It is about helping with the tax basis. It is about building a community. And yes, it is a planned community with the homeowners association because those wetlands do mean a lot to our family. So the legacy with the HOA and the plan unit development is to make sure that they are taken care of, not just build the houses and let them be. And we've seen others that have done that. I walked the creek today and seeing like where people where they had issues, because if you do look at with Dick Bailey's land, what he built, it was up against the wetlands. How many neighbors have had their basements flooded because it wasn't thought through, right? Before the wetlands even came into place. So they tried, right? And we did also pay for the wetland delineation study before we talked to any of the buyers. So it's not like we stepped into this just for the money everyone's looking at. What we're looking at is what is best for St. Helens, best on the land that my father-in-law, he fought for, he bled for in the Korean War, and it means something to our family to make sure his legacy is preserved. Are we gonna guess 100%? No, that's why I asked, and I've consulted the experts to figure it out, to do the right thing. So we're asking for the plan unit development, and most of the opposition that I'm hearing, it's about traffic. It's about looking at the zoning, making sure that it's consistent, not losing their green field. And oh, by the way, those riding dirt bikes, he did not give you permission. We built that fence. And those doing the illegal gardens that are in opposition, we did not give you permission either. Ripping down our fence does not mean that it's a free field that you can do whatever you want. And from that piece, that's my point. So with that, what I'm saying is at the end of the day, this is family property. We're trying to do the right thing. And we're asking the town to consider what does that look like? And from what we've been told by the experts, through the overlay, so we at least have the funds to maintain those open spaces and areas that everybody can enjoy. And not just the ones within the HOA, the connectivity of the jogging trail, why that was important in talking to some of the individuals that are not here tonight, like Josh Kakuna and others, that they were worried about connectivity because of Pittsburgh Road. There is no sidewalk. So where can they walk with their dogs, with their kids, to make sure that they don't get hurt so they can get to town? So that, and Clark will tell you, I made sure it was part of the contract. So we talked to the people, and not just the experts, we talked to the neighbors that I was able to communicate with and figure out what made sense. And we're trying to build that into the plan, but those trails need to be maintained. Those open spaces need to be maintained. Otherwise, they will become what? Insurance nightmares. They will become more risks and liabilities, and it's going to be just more of the same.
Something.
I didn't know if you wanted to see if there's any questions or want to go to.
I don't have a question.
We also have Clark on Zoom. Are you guys willing to entertain the applicant as a rebuttal? It's up to you if you would like to let Clark speak. Okay.
That's right. If Clark would like to speak, you can let him speak.
I will just unmute. Great, you're ready to go.
I just wanted to reiterate that we build a very high quality home. We build subdivisions that are zero energy ready. They're all platinum energy efficient. We sacrifice margin for qualities of homes. And any other developer that you would have come in there and build this type of community, you would be disappointed in. I guarantee it. Again, I feel free to research it, talk to anyone else that lives in our communities. We really care about what we do. And I just wanted to drive that point in. We do whatever we can to make sure that people are proud of what we build and for a long time in the future. So just wanted to say that again. We sacrifice margin literally to build a higher quality product. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, to add to that, most of the complaints were around Emerald Meadows, which is R5, the shared driveways. They were one of the buyers, the builder for that particular one. They were one of the ones that we turned down. And I could have taken a cash offer and walked away. And he would have matched their offer, but I would not be here today. I would have been done in December. So when we look at the bigger picture, and then others were similar, and they were looking to build the high density townhomes. That's not what they're talking about building. We picked Noyes because of their reputation, because of the fact of the legacy of the communities that they build and the footprint that they have in the Portland area. And that was important too. So the partner in doing this was a partnership together. It wasn't just, like some people have stated, let's just take the money and run. Because if that were the case, I wouldn't be here.
I'm just gonna be boring and talk about the actual ordinance and the criteria for approval.
That's exactly what we're doing.
So I just wanted to reiterate kind of in summary, as I looked through the staff report and the criteria that are applicable. Number one, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan in proposing this PD overlay. It's provided to us as an opportunity and it's compatible with the applicable criteria. It's not violating any federal or state statutes. It's utilizing the applicable provisions of the implementing ordinance. It is protecting resources of open space. It is providing flexibility. It's not in conflict with any of the implementing ordinances. I already said that. It's not spot zoning. The purpose is to affect the comprehensive plan by protecting open spaces that are in the comprehensive plan. All I can do is direct you to those criteria and say that this application meets those. We would support this and pass your recommendation on to the city council for their consideration of this PD overlay. Do you have any questions? See if I can answer.
I have one question, just hearing the community around, it's the opposite anyway. So this planning development allows for making denser, smaller lots, the same number of lots as if you would have 7 and there was no wetlands, right?
Yeah.
So would you entertain the applicant of doing a planning or development with bigger lots? You wouldn't have the same density, lower density. I mean, is it you have to put in a lot of streets, all these utilities? I mean, does at some point it's not affordable to build it if you make it too small, too big of lots? I've seen that many times in my world, where you have to have at least 10 lots to build the street or whatever it is, okay? Just because you're not here to just do it for free. You have to make a profit because you're in business, right? You're working.
I'm not the one.
I'm not saying you, but the developer.
That would be Clark.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, we have already considered that. Honestly, 46 is the maximum we would possibly build on this overlay. I'm sorry for not stating that earlier. Actually, our current layout is about 2 or 3 lots less. Again, we're not trying to max out these lots here. We're really trying to build a nice community. I think our current layout is somewhere in the, like I said, 44 lot range. Our application was 46. That was kind of, for a lack of a better term, when you do a planning commission meeting for land use, you can only request a certain amount of lots, and then you can't go more than that after the planning commission approves that. You can go less though. So that's why we put the 46 lot layout out there. I think we've already taken a couple lots out. So just on that point, we're definitely not trying to go any more whatsoever. In fact, less at this point. So just wanted to say that.
Like Steve was saying early on, it's really hard to think about the subdivision with this planned overlay, because it is an example of what you could do. It happens to be the example, but it is an example. That's why I'm asking, what other examples have you considered besides the subdivision that we made with Steve?
Clark, can I just respond, and you can continue? I think you're onto something in your initial question. These street stubs and this property, the way that it's all divided into 3 pieces and it has the open spaces and the street stubs that are required, the infrastructure that's necessary to develop the property is, for lack of a faster way to describe it, is fixed, because you have to provide those connections, you have to provide the utilities in those streets. The majority of what you guys have seen many subdivisions, I'm sure. Those are 98% dictated by the requirements of the city's design standards, the public street standards, all of the infrastructure that goes into that subdivision. And in this case, there's not a lot of alternative plans that can be looked at to change the roads and shorten them or do this. It's because the street stubs are already there and the open spaces are there. The topography is in a certain place, the development that's occurred around it. So there is that just reality. And then, yes, there's the economic reality that cost is there regardless of the density itself. So, I mean, it's not a direct answer to the, can you lower the number of lots, but it is trying to get at it by telling you that the infrastructure costs are pretty fixed in this case.
Well, I'm not a builder or developer, but is because of the wetlands and the way that the thing is, the road has to be broken up. Does that make it more costly to build?
No question.
Less efficient than
No question.
putting a street straight through.
Well, not so much we don't want to put streets straight through for the
I know you don't,
for the wetlands. But in this case, it's basically, and this is just a quick way to summarize it, 3 mini subdivisions. Because you're building 3 stormwater facilities, you're building 3 street stubs, you're building 3 sewer extensions. So it's 3 mini subdivisions. And as we haven't got that far yet, but we proposed 4 phases. The point is that it's 3 subdivisions in a mini, and that's, yes, it's more expensive. When you build 1 storm facility versus 2 or 3 storm facilities, infrastructure costs are up. When you build multiple storm facilities, particularly those.
If you kept each lot at 7,000 square feet, how many lots would you lose?
I can only do the math for that because I sat in my chair trying to figure that out. In the density of this, if you looked at the density, there's about 300,000 square feet of land after you take out the roads. It's all in that other application that we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
So there's 300,000 plus, I think it's 303,000 square feet. Divide that by 7,000, that's mathematically, it's close to something like that. It depends upon how you lay it out and all these streets and everything else, when you apply that to the ground. But the math is something like that, if that makes sense. I mean, I understand that it's hard. I mean, I've spent a long time doing this, and the idea that calculating the density and then how do you put the density on the ground, can be abstract because it's complicated, but 7,000 square foot lot size out of 303,000 square feet works out to 37, 38, 39 lots, something like that.
Okay.
Actually, Russ got 42.
Okay, well, 42. Thank you for doing the math.
I had another question for Clark or the developer.
Let me see if he's still available. Yep, there he is. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Hey, was there a question for me?
Yes, so one of the things we could do is allow the overlay with conditions. And then what if let's just assume that one of the conditions that we may consider be, we want a 7,000 square foot lots. We don't want anything smaller than that. Do you need the planned overlay in order to build the development, even with 7,000 square foot lots? Do you need overlay in order to get some kind of flexibility in order to achieve the development of the 7,000 square foot lots?
I think there's more to the overlay than just the square footage of the lots that allows certain flexibilities, especially given that it's split into 3 different subdivisions, basically, because of the 2 different wetland areas. So that's probably my answer to that question.
I would just add, because he's right, flexibility it's not just a minimum lot size, there's flexibility with dimensions, and when you have the setbacks lines that get drawn for 75 feet are straight off of the wetland delineation, and the flagging that got placed in the field and got reviewed by the state and approved as the wetlands. Once you put that into the AutoCAD system, you offset that 75 feet. You don't round those lines off. Those lines are just there, and therefore getting flexibility when you lay the lots out is important, because you're trying to not impact those areas. You're trying to not get into the 75 feet. But yet they're not perfect squares. So it isn't just area, it's also the flexibility that comes along with setbacks, with lot dimensions. So I would just add that to what Clark said.
You say the shapes of the lots could be odd. Plan unit development.
It can be flexible. Well, odds all in the eyes of the beholder.
It's
But they can be flexible.
Less inflexible than a regular development.
Yeah, it's a long, skinny piece as well, so it's hard to get flexibility within that area when it's really long and skinny like that, the actual property. So
I think some of the concerns are density and the density potentially with the overlay. I just am wondering if we're going to think about potentially requiring bigger lots. Is the overlay going to help you? That's the question. We say you can have the overlay, but you got to have bigger lots. Is it going to help you get there?
They're still gonna have flexibility as far as lot geometry.
Yeah, they're saying.
And yard requirements, setback requirements.
All this open space, you've got backyards that are beautiful, so it's not like you're slapped up against another backyard to another house. That's 3 of those sections right there.
Questions about that?
Yeah, I think.
Thank you.
There's no more questions. Applicants.
I do apologize for if I get to, this is personal for me, it's not just business. Right? For lack of a better way to say it.
It is what it is.
So,
You
appreciate
can't
it.
change that.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
All right.
Staff.
Yes, question staff, your deliberations. Hearing is closed, but I guess. That's now.
Yeah.
Hearing is closed and the matter is returned to the table for deliberations or oral recommendation. need approval.
Well, you got some stuff to think about.
I have a question for you. So, and I was kind of getting to that, one of the last questions I was asking. So we had this annexation, we suggested an RX7 was approved by the city council. And then now the PUD comes along. And my question is, for the plan unit development, does anything go? Can you build anything out there? Does it change everything? Build.
It doesn't really change use. I mean, there's some provisions for stuff that generally wouldn't apply, but generally speaking, you know, still a single family or duplex subdivision. I say that because we have to treat single family dwellings and duplexes identically now because of state law. So same lot size, same amount of parking, it's the same. So we can't distinguish between the two as far as standards, and our hands are tied by state law on that. But generally speaking, the answer is no.
I mean, it can't now be all apartments.
That's correct, yeah.
Or try, because we had, there was R7, there was certain things you could build in R7. And we knew that was, so we decided that. So with the plan unit development, the sizes of lots could vary greatly as far as sizes are concerned, but still it could only be houses and duplexes.
Yep.
So a minimum lot size that can be built.
0. The catch though is lot coverage cannot be fudged by the plan development standards. And so you still have that 40% total building envelope. And so an applicant wouldn't want to propose a postage stamp that 40% is, 10 square feet. It wouldn't work. So they have to be conscious of what's flexible and what's not. And that lot coverage is a very important one of those.
And they come back later, like we've experienced in the past, and ask for variance for setbacks with the PUD. So they can put a bigger house on a smaller lot.
Well, the plan development lets you play with the setbacks without a variance, but you could, let's say the plan development was adopted. And they're like, well, we have the overlay zone, we don't care, we don't want to use it. And they can still ask for a subdivision variance. It'd be kind of a waste of process and money, but conceivably that could still be done.
So you're saying that setbacks can be more flexible with plan unit development because in this case, we got irregular shapes on things that you have to buffer.
Yeah, you can throw out the size rules. You can throw out lot geometry, and except on the perimeter, like on the perimeter, the front rear setback is supposed to be the same. That way there's a transition between the non-plan development and plan development. But you can take those standards out and say, screw it, we don't want any standard. Zero is the standard. They can do that. The reason I want to make sure we have a table that we'll see in the next one is so it's staff knows exactly what the proposal was. So as you review that subdivision in the years, decades to come, you're consistent with whatever that decision was.
So a lot up against the open space, say no setback, because they've got feet of space. So they're not against any other development potentially.
Yeah, in fact, the Rich Bailey Forest Trail subdivision,
right.
They voluntarily had a setback from the wetland tract. We didn't make them do that. They just wanted to.
Lots too. Thank you.
I have some questions for Jacob. Thank you. So is there a certain shape the lots have to be if we don't allow the plan unit development or the overlay? We don't allow the overlay. Do they have to be like rectangles or something like that?
No, there's nothing that says there's supposed to be a rhombus or a rectangle or a star. There are a few minor things. There's a lot to width ratio which could have some applicability. And then there is,
Dimensional standards, like lot depth
yeah,
and width.
to width. Okay. And not much beyond that, but still, there's, even though, you know, the plan development says, well, you can have a 1 foot wide lot, still, it's stupid because you're not gonna be able to build on it.
So I think one of the main concerns is density. And then the idea was when this application, the annexation was proposed, that R7 was proposed as the size, because there could have been some sections of R10. And so the idea was we're going to take into account the wetlands and then allow R7, which was asked for. And we had actually discussed about 5.
And we couldn't go with a higher density because we didn't have the traffic analysis to back that up.
Well, what had happened was that there was no request for R5. And so we did not think about it, that the idea was R7 was consistent with the area. So what I'm trying to get at is, can we allow the overlay and require 7,000 square foot lots as a condition of the overlay? So lay it out how you want, make your configurations, toy with your setbacks, but you gotta have bigger lots. That's the I think the idea of the annexation with the wetlands was that there was going to be R7, not R10, and not R5, but R7. And then people have come forward and said, you know, this was a compromise, it seemed okay, we understand. And that was kind of an accommodation. The request was for an accommodation. So if my question is, can we allow the overlay with conditions? One of those potential to be considered would be 7,000 square foot lot.
So that when the council gets this, you know, they can approve it with modification. And if one of the things that you're recommending is the actual minimum lot size, they could certainly take that into consideration. I would just stress the importance of a clear basis for that.
Okay.
That way the council has that. Chances are they will experience similar testimony. From those angles, and so it's going to be important that they have the tools to rely on the recommendation of the planning commission.
Oddball lot sizes, I don't think you'd want mandated to 7,000, you'd say. Larger lots, 6,500, and get to the end of it. Left over, do a 7,000 square foot lot. They,
Lot or bigger lot.
yeah, bigger lots or whatever, but that would
They
be.
can go bigger, but not smaller.
Right. R7 was kind of, I guess on the deliberation side, that there are a few things that I want to kind of go over a little bit. I've asked the questions, Jacob. I don't know if anybody else has any questions to staff at all before I launch into whatever it is. I just want to make sure.
I have comment for deliberation, but I don't have any questions of staff.
I don't have any questions either.
Well, we can still ask questions of staff. Yeah, still. But what is your comment, Jennifer?
I just want to say that $1 million homes in that area are not feasible, in my opinion. Currently, I think there are 3 homes for sale over $1 million in the entire county. And I just don't think it's feasible for that. I did look at Noy's website while I was sitting here real quickly. They build a beautiful product. The problem with that is that there's no guarantee that they're the developer. In fact, if they start the project, there's no guarantee that they'll finish all phases. So we're making the decision that's going to run with the land. We're not basing a decision based on that we have this great developer here now sitting before us. And it just seems to me like they're taking our R7 approval and making it R5 to me. But, and then the last thing I want to say is the comments regarding the family applicant making money on their land. Nobody buys their biggest asset, their land or their home. And this one's generational and says, I hope I don't make any money. So the fact that they're going to make money on that is of no consequence. And I'm thrilled that they're going to do that. So good for you guys. That's all I got.
No, but Jennifer, you mentioned something taking R7 and turning it to R5. Did you mean turning it to R10?
No, I'm saying that when we made the approval of the annexation, we approved it based on R7 lots. And with the planned overlay, in essence, they are going down to 4,000 square foot, which is really under R5. So.
All right.
I think, so one, okay, I just want to, one of the things that that became a concern when I saw this application was whether, is because when the annexation occurred, there was a lot of pitch for R7, R7, R7. And there was some discussion about the area of Sykes Road and what was congruous to the area. And there was a certain section that was really more like R10, and we decided to go with R7. The idea was that the wetlands were taken into consideration, and I think one of the witnesses actually read that portion, and it's actually in the record that the Planning Commission had taken into account the wetlands and decided to, and we granted the applicant's request to zone it R7 to account for the wetlands, and we gave them extra land, in other words, to develop. We didn't make some of them be R10, we said R7. That was our ruling. We recommended annexation. Then the city council took our ruling, took our recommendations, and apparently on the public record, the city council has said, we're going to zone this R7. And so I am concerned about this. I wrote this thing about an estoppel. I mean, they came here and they said they wanted R7, and I had asked the applicant about, had you considered this before? And there was some testimony about maybe there was there, and there was some discussion about R5, and she came with R7. They asked for R7, that's what they got. They got R7. And so I kind of shared Jennifer's feelings and some of the testimony of the witnesses that that a position was taken before the Planning Commission about what the density and the size of the lots were going to be. We agreed to annex the property, and now there's going to be there's a request for an overlay zone, which would then significantly reduce the lot size and create a higher density situation, which I think is inconsistent with the area. So, I mean, there are a lot of factual things we can go into, but I think the first thing we need to decide is, are we going to recommend, it's a legal doctrine, we're going to recommend there's an estoppel. We'll at least recommend to the council they should consider an estoppel. And that is, you can't come to us and request R7, get your annexation under R7, and then 6 months later turn around and say, now we want an overlay. I don't know if we want to go there or not. That's question one, whether we want to go to that legal level. Otherwise, we could probably go factually with some of the overlay facts to determine whether some of these criteria are met, so we can find a factual basis if we want to agree with the overlay to put some conditions on it or to reject. But does anybody have any questions about estoppel? I sent something out on that. Basically what it says is that The doctrine may be invoked under certain circumstances to preclude a party from assuming a position in a judicial proceeding that is inconsistent with the position that the same party has successfully asserted in a different judicial proceeding. So they came to the planning commission, they wanted R7, said that would help them build their development with these lands, and now they're coming back in to say they want an overlay so they can have higher density. So they'd be stopped. I don't know the answer to that question. Spring on, maybe we don't want to stop them, we just want to go on the merits.
How would the estoppel change or affect the city council, since this is really just a recommendation to the city
We
council?
only recommend that, we could just recommend they consider estoppel.
Okay.
And we don't have to, it's just that we would, if we ruled it was an estoppel, then we would make a finding. We'd make a finding that the party took inconsistent positions in two different proceedings. And we would find that we would make that finding. And then we would recommend for an estoppel. It would be up to the council to decide what to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, speaking to our legal counsel, I don't think the estoppel argument has a lot of merit because they're separate applications.
Okay, all right. Well,
Different types of that.
I mean, the good part of the overlay is that I strongly believe in homeowners associations and covenants and restrictions. I can drive you through neighborhood after neighborhood where there's none, and they're, you know, the broken down car in the front yard neighborhoods. So I think HOAs are really important. So that's where I'm kind of stuck. I'd like to see being able to have that still, but I am struggling with the size of lots.
I've always liked planned unit developments for that flexibility, especially in narrow, odd shaped situations. But I understand the size. I think you have these really small pockets of tight homes. You're concerned about Mr. Bailey's development in that way, but anyway, it's still not very many homes, and they're in a small, like a little small community, like little, like cottages, let's say, you know, like a cottage development where you have those little cottages. That can be nice unless your neighbor's a jerk. But I definitely see the consistency issue with. Well, we looked at this and we done annexations before. We thought hard about what's the big picture view here of zoning around it. What do we want the zoning to look like so it's similar? Yeah, it's evident at that time. You know, that size of lot felt like it fit the area. So to do the flexibility that the plan unit overlay gives them without the plan unit overlay takes a lot of variances, right? You'd have to come before us and say, we want to reduce the setback because this lot's in a weird shape, or
Yeah, it would be a menu of subdivision variances.
which is you know, it's to develop for the developer to do, and we're going through every single one individually, right?
And probably more mystery for the developer in the public hearing process, because now you're gambling on all these
You don't
different.
know if you're gonna
variances.
get the variance or not.
So, I mean, I want to kind of, you know, when I went through earlier, there are some findings in here that I think I disagree with some of the findings of staff based upon the evidence, and I think that that's going to lead us on a path. I mean, I want to affect the development of this property as it was originally presented to us, and that is we're going to preserve the wetlands and we're going to have bigger lot homes. That's how it came to us, and so the developer has said they need some help. They obviously want a little more density than I think that was originally bargained for, and I have a problem with that. And I think that I agree with the public testimony that is that we we have to have consistency of where are we gonna have, our bigger houses and let's be consistent with the neighborhoods. And that's the way this thing was presented to us.
Not only that, but when we go to the bother, that's what you want to call it, of deliberating about R10, R7, R5, finally decide, and then city council goes ahead and approves our decision for R7. Why can't they just stick with R7?
Yeah,
They don't need to drop it down to R5s,
R5 minus,
or 5 minus, whatever.
R5 minus.
7,000 square feet is not that much.
Well, I think it's relatively small. And I agree with Sheila, and I think that's,
I lived on Allendale Drive, which was a subdivision. We didn't have sidewalks back then, still don't have them now. They had R10 for 1,100 square foot homes with a garage. They were 3-bedroom, 2-bath. We just sold one. And it was under 400,000.
okay. So yeah, I kind of, I feel like Jennifer and Sheila that, but I do think our decision needs to be lawful and it needs to be based upon the facts. So if we're not gonna raise an estoppel, right, we decided this way, we're gonna have to find something factually to, we're gonna deny this overlay, just deny
I
it.
think we should stick with what we decided on.
Right, so,
Otherwise, what good is our word?
well, but we have to look at factually then, what would be the basis for the denial? So I looked through some of these staff things, like statewide planning goal 5, natural resources, scenic, historic areas. Is the purpose of this goal to protect natural resources and conserve scenic and historic areas?
I was looking over these things as you were all talking, and it seems like the closest standard, I mean, what you've heard was compatibility. That word was thrown out there quite a bit. And one of the things we have to consider is it is a spot zone. And the spot zone does talk about compatibility with surrounding uses and not for the purpose or effect of further comprehensive plan. So you could say, well, these lot sizes, I don't know if that really jives with R7. It's feeling more like R5. So based on the compatibility and the purpose of the zoning and the testimony you are hearing, you could use that as your basis if you were to approve it with a cap on the minimum lot size.
In other words, we could do it R7 totally no smaller than, say, 6,000.
No, I think we stayed with 7,000. That's what we did.
That's halfway in between the R7 and R5.
I don't wanna, we made a decision, 7,000 square feet. I like what you say. Let's just stick with the decision, allow for the overlay. These 7,000 square foot lots, but we're gonna allow the overlay to allow for flexibility. And the finding would be that to allow the overlay and allow for less than 7,000 square foot lots would constitute spot zoning. That would be the one rule, the basis of allowing the overlay, but staying with that'll allow the developer flexibility.
You have to, just as we were talking.
Well, that's why we would allow the overlay with the requirement that there's 7,000 square foot lots. Or for whatever.
Sections
Each individual lot is
have to have if you're going to have exceptions to it, you have to have an exception.
No exceptions, 7,000 plus on what you build.
It does seem like you'd have to have some exceptions for the odd shaped lot.
I think so.
Because there's
We
too
could
much.
hear that in a variance, couldn't we? Couldn't we hear that when they come back with a variance?
The plan development, if you're saying, all right, we're cool with this plan development, but the one thing that we are concerned about is lot size. You can still flex lot width, lot depth, lot width of the street, your setbacks, and that's it. So you still have all those other things. You're just saying, well, lot size is the thing that we're uncomfortable flexing on. We think if we adopt this, it's inconsistent. But the plan development, if you're like, well, we don't think anything should be flexed, then you're talking about denying it. Right? If you're saying, we think that flexibility should still apply, and the comprehensive plan talks about having the ability for flexibility with the plan development. So you're still allowing that flexibility. You're just saying, well, the lot size thing, we're not so cool with that, but everything else, we'll leave that open.
I really like the flexibility.
Yeah, I think the developers are gonna need it.
Well, they're gonna need it because you get to a point there where they've got.
I don't want it flexible in size.
For some reason, I just lost sound on what Russ just said.
I did too.
Flexibility on the size down from 7, but not a great deal.
Yeah.
Because the way this is cut up in all these small parcels, they may get to right under 7,000, but it can't be done. So they got this lot that's not buildable. So I think the flexibility could be, 10% or.
Angela, on the fence, flexibility to 6,000.
It's not gonna be the whole, it's not gonna be the whole development, it's only gonna be the rare case against the.
Lots, 4 lots.
I mean, how burdensome would it be to treat those on a case by case variance?
That's what I'm wondering too, Russ.
You mean each lot, case by case?
Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that given the shapes and the layouts that they're going to have to do, we might have a lot that's going to be 6,800 or maybe even 65. And if those were treated in each individual case with a variance, what would be wrong with going that direction? How burdensome would that be?
I think the problem is we are dealing with residential development. And when we're dealing with residential development, we have to be clear and objective. And if we start applying things willy-nilly on a case-by-case basis, we're starting to get away from a clear and objective path. And you're just asking for it to be challenged and for it for results that you don't want to see.
I guess my thought is if we were to go with the 7,000 foot minimum, there's going to be a few lots that are going to need a variance in order to make it all work. I would expect that to be only a few.
Oh, I see a variance for some of those that are, yes, I see what you're saying.
They come to us with a layout and we see 3 or 4 lots that due to the spacing needed to be slightly under, treat those on a variance basis, but otherwise require 7,000 feet.
I see, I understand what you're saying now, Russ. And in fact, that could be part of your basis, 7,000 square foot is the minimum lot size without a variance.
Or we could allow just
What if we give it a
step.
What if we say 90% of the lots have to meet the 7,000 square foot minimum or do, something reasonable
That's another thing is a ratio, a certain amount of lots.
Driving down that street, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference between a 7,000 square foot lot and a 6,800 square foot lot. So we're not changing the character.
Right.
They're just
I would agree with that. Yeah.
under.
Well, okay, so under St. Helens Municipal Code 19.080.0602, this is page 7 of 8 of the staff report. to maintain and where possible, enhance air, water, land resources of the city. Resources of the St. Helens area. E, to preserve open spaces within and between urban living areas. And I think that's part of the concern about the higher density lots that's another section that the idea is there's bigger lots, there's bigger setbacks. And I think does the overlay zone also allow for variations on the setbacks between houses?
Yes.
Okay, so and what's the current R7 between houses?
Standard yard, side yard is 7 feet.
Okay. So that maybe we should also make sure is maintained, because I think, the concern that I think the citizens that have spoken here have kind of hit the nail on the head of how, and are consistent with maybe thoughts of some of the commissioners, myself included. That the idea of this thing was we're gonna have the open space, we're gonna allow R7, but we're not gonna have these houses right on top of one another. It's gonna be more like the Sykes Road up that way. And so, what I've heard is density is the issue, and houses being all stacked together is the issue. And so not only should we talk about square footage of the lots, but also the setbacks between the houses being, as a condition of the plan overlay being allowed, should also be maintained.
Doesn't all that happen if we deny it though, Steve? I mean, that it would remain as a, R7 has the setbacks that it does. If you don't approve the overlay, then that protection's in there, right?
Yeah, I think they, the developer said they could develop the property without the overlay. And there was at page 5 of 8 of the staff report that says the subject property would not be efficiently developed as a subdivision without the planned overlay zone. The developer said they could develop the property as an R7 or bigger. They didn't say it would prevent them from developing the property. Still trying to figure out why I think they want the overlay so they can
Density.
lots.
I mean,
Pardon?
Number of lots is what they want it.
Yeah.
They can build 44 homes instead of.
So if we allow them let's say we say 7,000 and give them four lots of between, above, I don't know, 6,200 square feet or something, if they need 6,200 square feet. Then we keep the R7 between the houses, whatever that is, the R7 zone between the houses. What more do they get then? Is it for an overlay? What advantage is it to them?
Well, we still have the geometry. So the lot dimensions, and you still have front and rear. If you're saying, well, we think the side yard should remain the same, you still have the front and rear.
And so they could put a property further back toward the wetlands if they wanted to, potentially, on their plat development.
Yeah, because the rear yard would not be the normal 20 feet, it would be 0 to 20, depending on what they thought was appropriate.
What else flexibility would they have on the streets?
The streets are the same. It doesn't change the streets.
Well, still think that we're trying to help these people get the property developed, is that they said they wanted to come here, and I think that I guess I'm thinking trying to get some flexibility, but I want to maintain the 7,000 square foot lot size. Maybe give them 4 lots, 5 lots that they can fit along the size at 6,200 square feet, and then we should keep the spacing between the houses R7.
a random number.
Do we even need to give them a certain number of lots that are under? If you just called it 7,000, they're going to ask for a variance if something doesn't fit and it's close.
Well, then we're gonna require then, but the plat, the condition of the plat overlay would be 7,000 square foot lots. And then we'd have to come and try and amend the plat overlay. Would that be the procedure? So they say we can't make it, we can't do a subdivision. We need to have some lots different. If we rule.
I think they would come with a proposal that has several lots in it that may be undersized due to the geometry, and they'll ask for a variance on those several lots.
That'd be the procedure.
That's the cleanest.
Yes, that is a possible scenario. If you say, okay, plan development, minimum lot size 7,000 square feet, and if that's upheld by the council, of course, then they still have the variance option. You know, that option has not been exhausted.
And that would be then, and so we could say, yes, we're going to allow the overlay. We believe that there should be a 7,000 square foot requirement per lot. And then there's, the subdivision should also have the spacing of R7. And that would be our ruling.
And spacing, we want to make sure that you're referring to side yards.
Side yard spacing, correct.
Okay.
So side yard spacing.
Setback, isn't it more appropriate to say side yard setback?
For the purposes of our code, yard is the technical term, setback is the informal term.
Oh, okay.
Side yard setback. Side yard, I'm sorry, well, it's not setback, it's.
Side yard.
Side yard.
Yard is synonymous with setback.
Side yard size or.
Side yard spacing, yeah. Then,
Which so maintains the character of the neighborhood spacing, and no houses are tight against each other.
Your consistency.
and so.
Go back to that. Maybe look different.
I'm thinking we should try to help the council. I mean, I'm willing to go forward with these things on, and I'm willing to make that motion, but I do think we should make some findings to help the council, unless some other people, so the motion that I'm thinking about is that we would recommend to the council that the council adopt a planned unit overlay zone for the Comstock property with the condition that the lot sizes are a minimum of 7,000 square feet and that the side yard spacing is R7 per R7 code. Should we say the amount of spacing or should we just leave it?
I think just referring, even for lot size, just, say the base in the code, you're saying that the plan development will not grant flexibility on size and side yards. And that maintains the 7 or 14 on a corner lot, and then the 7,000 square foot lot.
And then I think I'm willing to go forward with that. And if anybody thinks that we should talk about more than that. I do think if we're going to move forward with this ruling, we should make findings to help the council understand why we made these rulings.
Any other discussion, Jennifer, Russ?
I'm ready to move forward with
Okay.
R7
Yeah,
standards.
as am I.
I make a motion that the planning commission recommend to the council that the Comstock property be allowed an overlay zone under the conditions that all of the lots that are developed are a minimum 7,000 square feet and that the side yard spacing is per R7 zoning law.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then can we also please, Dan, discuss making some findings so the council can make some findings, because I think it may help the council that.
You need findings, Jacob?
Well, I think if you base it on the compatibility and the spot zoning, and listening to this and flipping through everything, thinking, okay, this may be where they go, that's one place, there's a clear connection to the code and testimony and your discussion.
What about the preserve open spaces within and between urban living areas? Meaning, the idea was that we're gonna have bigger lots and bigger side yard spacing, so we're not gonna have houses stacked right next to each other, right on top of each other.
That's what a planned unit overlay is. Open spaces, they're bigger chunks rather than little strips between houses. It's very big open space. That's the beauty of a planned unit overlay, is you have some nice big open spaces that aren't built up. Instead of a housing development where it's all houses and all yards. That's what I always thought is the beauty of a planned unit. Is you've got open spaces that are bigger than a regular housing development. I don't think that's talking about side yards.
Well, I think the idea is that, I think some of the objections in the public was that the density, the idea of the density, and some people came forward and said, they described other areas of town where the houses are much closer together, they have shared driveways, they're much closer together, and they felt that that was not consistent. And I think that they're talking about, I'm just trying to find places within the code that help express the desires, even if it's a 14-foot separation between the houses, at least it's 14 feet. It's not a shared driveway. I mean, we've got some places in town where the awning goes from one house to the other. And I think what the people here are saying is they don't want to see that. They don't feel that and some of the way that this laid out was not compatible with their idea and vision of how this area would be developed and how it should look. And I'm just trying to find that expression within the law.
It's the R7.
Right, but that's why the R7 is there between the houses, is to maintain this spacing that is R7. That we're not gonna want the houses right next to each other.
Yeah, it goes back to compatibility. The uses in the criteria that you're identifying is that has to do with natural factors. It's not a residential comprehensive plan policy that advocates for air, light, and space between buildings. If it was in a residential category of the comprehensive plan, you would have, a really good thing to point to. But pointing to goal 5 natural areas, that really doesn't address air, light, and space between buildings.
I think it's just the compatibility with the general neighborhood around it that we cited when we said before. That's that spot zoning. That's the strongest argument we have to give the council, I think.
Okay, so I would move that we make the finding that reduce it, that the reason why I've allowed the plat overlay is in part to help the developer have some flexibility, but the reason why we requested the council adopt the 7,000 square foot lot size and the R7 spacing between the houses is to avoid the spot zoning and for compatibility with the surrounding area. And hearing the testimony and those findings are based upon how the property was originally presented and requested to be developed, including that R7 would be sufficient with the preservation of the wetlands. And then also the testimony of the public that came forward and expressed their concern about an incompatible development. These are evidentiary findings we're making based upon those factors. I make that motion that we at least make that. Okay, there's a second, our basis.
Have a vote, I'll put the findings to that language.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Right.
Okay, I think that gives me enough to talk to the council. It's just gonna be at their next meeting on the 20th.
Go into the next hearing, but so they are, we're gonna have a 5-minute file break.
So again, this is a recommendation to the city council, who has the final decision on it. And that meeting will be July 20th.
We'll be back for your testimony on the subdivision. Please, go back to your seats and quiet, and we're gonna start our meeting again. Thank you for sticking with us a little bit longer. I have one question and ask, and it's up to you, the applicant of the next hearing, because you are scheduled to be the second hearing. I have another poor couple of people after you that also have a hearing. A very short decision. I was wondering if you would allow them to slip in ahead of you, or all these people are here, and most of the people are coming on yours. So it's not fair to them in a way, but these other folks are gonna be here till 11:30 to hear something for a few minutes.
So I'm open to whatever is you guys see as best. Like I'm doing tonight, so I can stay as late as they.
So you didn't hear me, but I was saying we have a hearing scheduled right now for the subdivision preliminary plat for this development we just talked about. And most of you are likely here for that. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's also a hearing after that for some poor folks that just have a little teeny variance, okay? And I don't know how long it'll take, but it shouldn't take too long. Would you be open to allowing them to jump ahead and take care of them so they can go home and, but you guys have been here for this. I mean, it's not fair to you to reschedule it. So what do you think? Go ahead.
Let them have it.
Okay. So, are they still here? The North?
Yeah.
Ninth Street folks?
Steve Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you're talking about me.
Hang on a bit.
We're
Go ahead.
I think we're gonna go to your item next.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to help you out. I mean, I'll try to do quickly here so we can keep moving ahead. So you guys, thank you for sticking with it and stick with it a little bit longer. The time is now 10:00 p.m. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a variance. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map as lot 9401 on map 5N1W33DD. The applicant is Steve Toronto. The owner is the same. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter?
No.
You guys are moving all over the board up there.
Sorry, I'm getting things situated again after the break.
Okay, not hearing. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of the commissioner to make a fair decision on this? The one knowledge guy here. No. Okay. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, testimony, those opposed, approval of applicant, final questions, close the record, deliberation, decisions. Like the last one. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.7635. Following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.108.0501. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be declared directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulations, such as that found in the development code as this applies to the decision. Failing to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval of this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, precludes an action for damage to the court. Okay, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we're looking at a variance for a fence height exceedance in this hearing, and we're located on North 9th, so just south of West Street. Yeah, your island. Street. This 9th Street goes up into this area that you might have remember from a street vacation hearing from Rick Scholl. So these lots up on North 9th Street have a really odd topography. And as the staff report talks about, the topography of the subject property is kind of mid-tier. So you have like the 9th Street, it goes up to a mid-tier, and then it goes up even higher as you further up 9th Street. So it's kind of built on a basalt bluff. And I'm going to show you some photos of the wall that's in question for tonight. But first, I just wanted to show you where on the property that wall is located. So it's this red line here. Sorry, I'm controlling Zoom and presenting at the same time. So the wall is along my cursor here. So it's between the subject property and the neighboring property just to the north. So here's what it looks like in 2018. Let me zoom in a little bit here. So that's this wall right here. And you can see, or you can't really see because the quality of the picture is pretty poor, but it's 6 feet in height. So it's 3 ecology blocks high. They're 2 feet in height each, making the whole wall 6 feet. Staff observed 2 years later, that wall increased in height by a 4th block, making it over our 6 feet height rule. So that's why we have a variance tonight. They exceeded our maximum height for fences and walls in this case. And that requires a building permit and a variance. And so that's why we're here. The applicant actually bought the property thinking that the wall was legal. He didn't know that this wall had this issue. He was sold this property and it's needed for the support of a buildable area. And so he kind of bought the lot thinking that this was kosher. And so he's kind of tasked now with fixing what was not done by him. So our maximum height for fences, the normal residential height for fences is 6 feet. So in this case, we've got an 8-foot wall. So your variance is just a 2-foot exception. I did notice, so the applicant's package had an engineering report that talked about the stability of the wall. It's the last page in the staff report. I'll go to it now. And I was looking over this today and I noticed, so there's the varying heights on the left column, level 8 feet, and then you scroll over and it says okay, and then level 10 feet, no good. And there is one section in this photo that is 10 feet in height. And so I actually want to revise staff's recommended approval to just say this one that is 10 feet in height should really be removed, since the engineering's report says that that's not a stable wall. So there's just one section of the wall that exceeds even what I think is structurally stable based on the engineer's comments. So I went through the criteria in the staff report. I don't know if we need to go through those in detail now, but I think you can make findings that the variance isn't detrimental to the surrounding areas. The wall has been up for a couple of years, and I think this is making it a suitable lot for development. So I don't think this is detrimental to the surrounding district. We don't have any testimony from the neighbor who's directly impacted by the wall. He's probably glad it's there because it's supporting the soil and the slope of this lot. I think we can find that there are unique circumstances. The topography is very unique in this area and not applicable to other properties in the same zoning district. This isn't a use variance. And I just noted that, if the wall was only 6 feet high, it would comply with the development code. And there's no evidence in the record to say that the natural or physical systems are adversely affected by an additional 2 feet in height. The one change here I would say is that 10-foot section should be removed.
Which is the 10-foot section.
On the photo? It's
That's closest.
it's right about here. Yeah, it's the closest to the 9th Street. Yep.
That holding something up.
fill behind it.
Yeah, it also kind of looks pretty janky in the photo too, just the way it's leaning. So the one thing I would say in the staff's recommendation, number 2 talks about allowing a 6-foot high fence to be built on top of the retaining wall for safety purposes. So our height rules are based from the grade all the way up to the highest point of the structure. So we want to include this stipulation so that they can put a fence for safety purposes, because it's a pretty high area. You wouldn't want someone to fall once they develop the property. So that's an important condition of approval. And then the next one, I would recommend changing this to just say approval of the wall at 8 feet in height. That would be my one change, instead of approval of the wall as built in 2020, because of that engineering report that's attached.
No, never mind.
What's the building on this other side of the wall? What house? It's a house?
Yeah.
The existing house?
That's a house? Yeah.
Yeah, the subject property is vacant currently.
And it's an old picture. There's history here. So if you look at the date of.
Oh, this.
So, oh yeah, that's gone. The date of that picture, the owner wasn't even involved with this property. He didn't even know he was buying the property when this picture was taken. So we were going out to this property quite a bit because of what was happening with the right-of-way vacation. The street was built, some utilities were extended. And when we went out early, okay, well, it's 6 feet in height, but all right, that's the standard. So no fuss, no muss. And that photo is dated 2016, so 18. And then we go out there later and go, hey, wait a minute, that wall doesn't look the same anymore. So all of a sudden it's now 8 feet and son of a gun, now we need to talk about a variance. So we've been talking about it for a while. The applicant submitted a building permit, and okay, well, if the building permit shows how it's going to be resolved, we don't need the variance. But he's finally just asking for the variance to make it okay.
Yeah, so staff's recommendation is to allow approval of this full wall where my cursor is here, and just remove this extra ecology block at the very front to make it all 8 feet.
So you said the code is
6 feet.
or 6 foot high fence.
Yeah, our code doesn't distinguish between like a wall or a
It
fence.
says wall or fence.
Yeah.
So then we're putting a condition to not only have 8 foot wall, but then a six foot fence on top of that makes, you know.
It's really tall.
Yeah, that's pretty tall.
It is. Yeah, but it's also at grade with the lot, so you wouldn't want to not have a fence for safety
No, I
purposes
agree.
off of it. Yeah.
It's not a variance for 8 feet, it's a variance for 12 feet.
Yeah.
Because it's a
14 feet.
Yeah, I said 14.
Take these two down.
Yeah, and I think,
Plus-
yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it's just it's really just about language, fence, wall.
Why does it, well, I guess we could ask the applicant, why does it need to be 6? I guess because you're standing there, you want it to be 6 feet high, so. Yes.
And that's just
Divide
our
your property
normal-
from the.
On the applicant side, it's 6 feet, and on the other side is 12.
Right. Any questions of staff?
No.
All right, yeah, applicant, do you want to come up and make a decision?
Thank you for having me, you guys, for letting me jump in. Your thing is really interesting though. Like now I want to go look at the neighborhood over here where it's happening.
Pay him afterwards outside.
Yeah. So my name is Steve Peranto. I bought this about 2.5 years ago. And I found out about this town. I really didn't know much about St. Helens, so I bought a floating home over here at Dillard's Moorage, a little fishing home over there, and fell in love with this town and bought this property from a friend. And actually, aesthetically, it looks better now with that 8 foot partition than it did when it was 6 foot, because it is level with the ground that my property's on. I'm sure the neighbor would probably love it if I put a 6 foot fence on top of there as a privacy fence between both. And I would want to do that anyway, besides the safety. issue, but because of the topography of that particular property, I mean, it goes up, down, down. It was really the only way to divide those properties. So it doesn't look like a 8-foot barrier. It's just even with my property.
So have you talked to the neighbor about how much they love that wall?
I have not. No, I have not.
They did get notice in the mail
Okay.
for this hearing.
We have some history.
But I would think that, oh, okay, well, I don't know the history. I would think they would want a petition between my property and their property with a fence.
I get the fence.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
How do you feel about removing the two top?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this wall was engineered, and the last thing I wanted to do was have to remove an engineered wall and start over in order to build a house there.
You're gonna have to remove
Oh, yeah, but that's a very small area to move that. It would, and from what I understand, that could be okay if that's just moved inside, correct?
Yeah, that's what we talked about with the
Yeah.
builder, is if it was on the inside, now it's no longer just a flush wall.
Right.
That's what I was just gonna ask you. Could the whole top tier of the entire wall be moved in a ways?
Well, it could, but it was engineered this way. And so it would kind of affect the engineering. I guess there's a fabric under that top layer. When it was changed, there's a region as an engineer that way. And yes, you could, it would be a lot more excavation and work to do that, but yes, you could. I think it wouldn't look aesthetically as pleasing it does now if I did that to both the neighbor and myself.
Personally, I think a stepped wall will look more pleasing than a solid wall, but that's my opinion. But okay, well, so it could be moved back and still support your house, have to be engineered properly. Whatever, let's say it's moved back 2 feet or whatever it needs to be.
To tell you the truth, if I had to move this wall now, I would probably sell the property.
Any other questions okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
We saw the rest of the kinds of things. Any testimony in support of the application? As your first something else? Oh, yeah, we got something else, sir.
Put the block on.
Rick Scholl. I actually own property uphill from him, and I would hope that you would consider his approval for a variance. One person who showed up first.
Okay, anybody else in support of the application?
No one on Zoom.
Testimony. Just if you're neutral because you don't care. Good.
It doesn't seem to be there.
Anybody in opposition to the application? Okay. So no need for rebuttal by the applicant. The commission have any final questions of the applicants?
Make a motion, we accept the variance as recommended by staff on the application of Mr.
I'd like to have some discussion first. Just real quick. I just want to remind the commission that when this vacation proposal came in originally, his neighbor down here was very angry about the wall around his property. He felt like he was in a prison, prison walls around him. So I was surprised he didn't come here, talk about how the wall was raised higher to make it less prison-like. So.
Well, also, you're adding a 6-foot fence on top of that, and he's facing south. And that's gonna cut a lot of natural light from his house there, so, but he's not here to testify, so.
Yeah. Really, those of you who weren't here were aware of that. Anyway, he didn't respond to the thing, so we can't speak for him. All right, what was your motion?
My motion was for the commission to approve variance 4.22 for Mr. Steve Paranto as recommended by staff.
And I would just add the staff report, if you support the no more than 8 feet in height, we would alter condition 3 to just say, to state that, no more than 8 feet in height, so that we can get that 10-foot
Yes.
area removed.
Yeah, as recommended by staff, as amended by staff.
Perfect, thanks.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, different at the end here. Having, let's see. We've already closed the record, sorry, couldn't do that. Does anybody have a motion to have the chairperson sign the final decision?
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And so I can go down to sign it, and then have to have another meeting, I mean, sign. So a final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of decision will be given to all persons who testified or submit comment, and the appeal deadline will be included in the notice. Because of judicial hearing, we need the decision, it's not the city council. It's a little different. This is like the next decision, the next hearing. Okay. Okay, only 19 minutes. Thank you for waiting a little bit longer for your patience. Now, 10:19 p.m., the public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a subdivision preliminary plat. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map as lot 604 and 2600 on map 4N1W6D and 4N1W6AD. The applicant is Wesley Consultants Incorporated. The owner is Chico. Because quasi-judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and require statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte conflict of interest or bias in this matter? We didn't have that before, so likely. Anyone from the audience subject to the ability of the commissioner to make a fair decision? Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Require statement, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, disposal of record, deliberations and decision. The following statements are required to be made at commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.763/5. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision, St. Albans Municipal Code 17.136, division, subdivision, preliminary plat, St. Albans Municipal Code 17.148.080, plan development standards. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described, or the criteria of the plan, such as the comprehensive plan, the land use regulations, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes approval, appeal to ULUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. All right, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
This is as fast as I could.
This is a familiar property to you all since we spent quite a bit of the night talking about it. This time we're talking about the subdivision preliminary plat for a 46 lot planned development subdivision. Some other entities involved, there's Bonneville Power Administration, has some lines going through there, and then there are some county roads, so Columbia County Public Works are in addition to the other governmental suspects, in addition to ones like DEQ that are needed for erosion control permits. One of the conditions is that there must be a plan development overlay in effect for this subdivision. And so let's say that the subdivision is approved. There's a condition there that says you still need a plan development overlay And if the council upholds the commission's decision, that overlay would not work for this, since there's a lot of lots that are less than that 7,000 square foot size. So let's talk about what the plan development overlay can do. This table represents the standards proposed by the applicant. And it just describes some of the basic zoning standards like lot size and yard requirements. It just says, well, does the plan development allow flexibility or not? And if it does, what is proposed by the applicant? Of course, this is different from what the planning commission's recommendation to the council is. But what we're going to look at is based on the standards per this table.
This is the same tables that attachment 1 of 1 following the staff or following the staff report, right? This is the same table.
This is the first attachment of the report. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So there's some standards you can flex, some you can't. We've talked about that quite a bit. And the number of lots is a function of density, as we also talked. So on the next slide, we'll talk about some of the phasing that they propose. They propose 4 phases. Now, one of the things that this phasing map didn't tell us is where the wetland tracks, which phases those were going to be involved with. In the conditions, I'm assuming that the wetland track belongs to the phase abutting the south side. Phase 1 provides the access point to that wetland tract, and so it seems logical. And then phase 2, since that one provides the access to that wetland tract versus the extension of Westboro Way, it seemed like it belonged to phase 2. If we are wrong in those assumptions, I am sure the applicant's consultant will let us know. But that seemed the logical choice, and the conditions acknowledge that. Planning Commission is supposed to approve any phasing concept, and so that's the concept you're asked to approve, assuming you agree with the subdivision, of course. Another thing I observed that's not in the report is lot 40, which is for those of you who are here physically, lot 40 is this one here. If you notice, Willie Lane is in the phase north of that. And for phasing, we cannot have anything based on temporary improvements. And so Willie Lane would have to be included in that phase 3. Or lot 40 would have to be excluded from that phase. So that was just a little technical thing, just happened to notice today. So let's talk about the layout. So phase 1, there at the bottom, it includes the wetland, we're assuming, with the 50-foot upland protection zone. Now, I want to talk about timing. Nowadays, and ever since December of 2003, when we have these significant wetlands, they're supposed to be in dedicated tracts. They're not supposed to be part of lots. But then if you look at the subdivisions on either side of that, you see, well, I don't see lots. That looks like there's I don't see tracts. It looks like there's just housing lots. And you would be correct. And that's because both of those subdivisions were products of 1990s and before we had the wetland rules that we do now. And so that explains that different pattern there. Just for some historical context. That southerly road utilizes some right of way that was dedicated earlier in the year, maybe late last year. It all kind of blends together, but recently, and that is a skinny street. The skinny street is the 40-foot wide right of way, It's allowed based on a minimal amount of lots, and there's not enough lots there to throw out the ability to use a skinny street. It also utilizes a cul-de-sac. Now, that's not your typical cul-de-sac end, it is more of a hammerhead end, which is acceptable. And there's a limit on how long the cul-de-sac can be and how many lots it can serve, and that doesn't come close, so that's fine there. And of course, one of our storm tracks is in there as well. So phase two is where the Bonneville Power Administration lines are at, just north of Westboro Way. No, they're actually partially in Westboro Way, within and north of it. And if it's approved, BPA does like streets in their easement to be built with certain standards, and so we have to deal with them on agreements and stuff. We dealt with that with Rich Bailey's Forest Trail subdivision, so that wasn't too long ago. It extends Westboro Way, ending in a conventional cul-de-sac. You have the wetland with the 75-foot protection zone abutting that. Now, this is the place where a trail is proposed. And it's a trail that would connect Westboro Way to an open space tract on the east side. And that open space tract right there where the cursor is, that's part of the Meadowbrook subdivision. And the power lines go through there, but it is a greenscape. In fact, when I was dealing with Meadowbrook on a separate matter, it was a variance. No, it was to add a tract into a lot. I remember seeing deer use that green belt, and so the green belt will be maintained. Now, this brings up the Parks and Trails Master Plan. The Parks and Trails Master Plan has a north-south trail within this property. When those plans are developed, they're generalizations, especially the wetland to the south isn't the best candidate for a walking trail. But having a trail that connects Westboro to that open space promotes more north-south connections between Sykes and Pittsburgh Road, and would honor the Parks and Trails Master Plan as long as it's publicly accessible. In conversations with the applicant, James Comstock wanted that. And so I don't think there's going to be much arm wrestling over that. But if they have a problem with it, I'm sure they'll testify on that. Phase 3, the green one, that provides the connection to Edmund Bar on the east side. It's a storm tract in there. I kind of talked about lot 40 and the phasing. And with infill development, we can't always talk about completing blocks. Believe it or not, we're able to complete a block here with Willie Lane on the north side, the proposed Comstock Way on the west side, and Edna Bar on the south, and then Bar on the east. And it more or less meets the block size of our code. So that's a positive thing. And then phase 4, the most northerly one, we need to talk about Pittsburgh Road. Pittsburgh Road is a minor arterial street, and our code does not favor direct accesses for the lots there. In fact, and that's why the access point is from that Mountain View Drive. Meadowview, sorry. Mountain View is the other one. The Meadowview Drive, because we're supposed to protect our arterial streets. Meadowview Drive is a local classified street. It's a county road, but it's still public right of way, and we connect to public rights of way, which is a typical thing that we do with subdivisions. Those are what we call double frontage lots, and so there are some screening buffering requirements along Pittsburgh Road. Now, as far as improvements for a subdivision, a lot of times the sidewalks and stuff are not built up front. They're built by the home because they'd just be beat up as part of home construction. But Pittsburgh, because we know it's not going to have any driveway approaches, that would be built as part of creating the subdivision, not as part of building the homes later on. And that's where you're gonna have the curb, landscape strip, sidewalk, kind of what you're seeing with some of the newer subdivisions in town. There's overhead power there, so we want to make sure we have small trees. And another thing that is in phase one is utilizing the provisions that allow a private street to access lots instead of a public street. And you can see that that out. Yeah, right there. That is the shared private drive to serve those handful of lots. It's an important infill tool. That's something the planning commission does need to approve. It's used minimally in this layout, and so we as staff didn't have a problem with it. But just note that is being utilized for that purpose. Ownership of planned development means there's going to be a homeowners association and private ownership of tracts. The city does not want the stormwater or wetland tracts. Now, the big issue, aside from, I guess, the planning commission's decision they just made, if it's upheld by the council, is sewer, sanitary sewer. And this is actually a pivotal decision because it's the first time we've had to make a major land use decision, now being aware of what our wastewater management plan tells us. So it's telling us that we have some undersized infrastructure. And if we go to the last page, there's a map there. And there's a pink blob on the left. That pink blob is the subject property. And then note the highlighted area. That's the sewer line that goes down Sykes Road. It actually goes over to Port Avenue and ultimately to the wastewater treatment pond. And the issue is there are some critical sections that are undersized. The entire section of Sykes. And then there's also a portion of Port Avenue that's colored red. And that means there's a problem. There's an identified problem of potential surcharges. And a surcharge is when the sewer backs up and overflows. It can come out of manholes. It can also potentially back up into people's buildings. Usually when you flush the toilet, you want that stuff going down. You don't want it coming back up like a geyser. This is not Yellowstone. So this is a serious issue, and it's not resolvable. It's not practically resolvable by one subdivision. The combination, the estimated cost of the combination of the Sykes and Port Avenue sanitary sewer upgrades after system development charges are used. So this includes system development charges, but after that's used, it's 10 million for those two pipes. So 10 million, divided by 46 slots is a pretty high number. It's not a number that we can legally impose. It's a priority of our engineering department. They are estimating a 2 to 4 year completion, but some of that depends on a loan from DEQ. DEQ has this revolving loan. I forgot what it's called, but it's for projects like this. Our consultants felt like there was a good opportunity to get it. And the attainment of that loan was built into the utility rates, the system development charges, and all that stuff. So it's kind of embodied in the calculation. So we have the price, we have the time, and that's a major issue in your decision making. Let me talk about your decision options, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty and testimony and all that stuff. So first of all, the one thing that we have to consider is denial. And if you look at our standards, and this is on page 14 of the staff report, there's a provision in section 17.152.090 subsection 4. It talks about permits being denied. When there's a deficiency that exists, it says permits may be restricted by the commission or council, basically the approval authority. When there's a deficiency that exists and it cannot be rectified within the development. So this is huge and expensive. It's more than we can impose on just one development. And which, if not rectified, will result in a threat to public health or safety, surcharging of existing mains. So we know that that's identified already, or violation of state or federal standards pertaining to operation of the sewer treatment system. So we know that other cities have been fined by DEQ for surcharges. I have some examples in the staff report. One was the closest one I could find on DEQ's site was City of Seaside in February of this year for 13 grand. That's not the end of the world, although for big time offenders like the Port of Moreau and Boardman in January 2022, they were fined nearly 1.3 million. I think that was particularly egregious though. So anyways, so DEQ, everybody has to face the wrath of DEQ. So denial is a potential option. A second option is approving with conditions, and the conditions per the report, but with a delay of building permit activity. And that means even taking building permits in. So we're saying, okay, subdivision can be approved and you can complete your infrastructure, build your streets, build your utility lines. Now that's important. Because if you said you can't build the infrastructure, the subdivision is just going to lapse and it's a de facto denial anyways. And so under that scenario, the subdivision is built, the lots are created, now the subdivision is vested. So you have these lots, but you're delaying building permit activity until the sewer is upsized. Now there's some unknowns, what can happen in the meantime. Those lots can be sold, and so you can potentially have 46 different owners, all with different opinions and different levels of pissed off for buying a lot that they can't build on now. We, under that scenario, would need to include a notice on each lot that expresses that delay. So someone can't say, hey, I bought this lot and I didn't know this. Well, it's in your title report. So that would be a condition, and that's in there. With no homeowners, the developer would be on the hook for stormwater maintenance and such. And so, what can happen in that time frame, I don't know. So there's some risk there. There's some unknown risk. So that's another thing. A third option would be to approve as normal with no restrictions on the building permit. And in that case, the city would be accepting some risk. Now, how much risk, I don't know. If this is built out, will we see more surcharges? Will we start getting fines? I don't know. And as an appointed body, do you think you should roll the die on behalf of the citizens? Now, I've been thinking about this other provision in the code for some time now related to a different project. And I was wondering, well, when is this going to come up? And it comes down to risk. So let's say that you looked at everything on the subdivision. You know what? This is great. We think that this makes total sense, but God, that sewer risk, that's really giving us the heebie-jeebies. You as a planning commission can give a matter before you to the council with a 2/3 vote of appointed members. So it would be almost a majority. You don't have to do that. It's just I think that would be the scenario where you agree with everything else except that risk. And you would be giving it to the council as the elected body. They're the ones who should be rolling the die for the community, if that's kind of how you feel. Now, related to the decision you just made, this has a condition that you need the plan development overlay. You know, we don't know what's gonna happen next week with the council. And that's kind of an interesting wild card in how you think about this decision. There's a whole lot more details in here. I'm just covering the high level stuff. Some of those details may come out with testimony, but I think it's probably a good time for me to conclude this portion so we can get on to questions and testimony.
So just to ask if this is an example of the build and wait scenario, would be like which building, streets were built, utilities were in, and set for years, right?
We saw that with Elk Ridge. We also saw that with Ridgecrest. Now,
and with the one towards Dalton Lake, that piece in there, what was that called?
Oh, the Dalton Lake Estates?
Yeah, that was utilities in there for years.
And I know like in Elk Ridge Estates, it's kind of isolated. And so there was nefarious activities going on there. And it was a, you know, if you're nefarious minded, it was a pretty good place for that at the time. Elk Ridge, Ridgecrest. I remember getting complaints about the heavy machinery just sitting out there for a long time. It's been several years now since it's been developed. I don't know if that caused any problems, but there was kind of a nuisance for the neighbors, so to speak. But it could be, you know, it's something that's sitting idle. Those were a factor of economy, not a factor of sewer. They need to wait for the sewer.
So would the sewer built today necessarily guaranteed to meet code later when they build it, let's say years from now when the sewer is upgraded? And it's upgraded and they go, well, that's upgraded, but your pipes are too small. Is there standards that you see changing when they upgrade the trunk that would
I don't think so.
be compatible with today?
I'm not with the engineering department, but we've talked about this quite a bit and they seem that it's feasible.
So I just wanted to see if there was a risk there. Put a bunch of money into infrastructure that might be antiquated by the time you actually use it.
Yeah, it's a good question. I suspect that won't happen because we know what we need to build.
And a time frame on, any kind of time frame on upgrading?
2 to 4 years, depending on the DEQ loan.
3 to 4?
2 to 4. Yeah, that's the best guess from our engineering department. So it would be.
So with the 2 to 4 year timeline, let's say this development was approved from first shovel to additional burden on the system. What is that estimated timeline?
So if we were to approve it, but without limitations for building permitting?
Sure.
I know it's conceivable that, let's say they got preliminary plat approval today. Emerald Meadows, as an example, from the day they got preliminary plat approval, if I remember right, it was about a 6-month time period where they got their civil plans approved, they constructed the infrastructure that enabled the final plat to be recorded, and then they could start applying for building permits. Sometimes things may take longer. In this case, they have smaller phases, and so maybe it could be quicker than 6 months. But for the sake of explanation tonight, you know, it could be as quick as 6 months. But it could also be like Elk Ridge where they missed the whole housing boom, they go through the Great Recession, and then after that, even though the lots were created, they finally start building houses.
Russ, 6 months doesn't include burden on the system until the house is built. So it's 6 months for the
Right.
public infrastructure and then the home construction. So, you know, add.
What I'm trying to square in my mind is the sewer upgrade is 2 to 4 years out. At what point is there significant added burden put on the system were this development to go forward? In other words, do they line up?
Well, I'm pretty sure 2 or 4 years doesn't line up with the contractor's hopes whatsoever. Based on the
Well,
discussion.
it's a phased development, so we don't know the timeline of the phasing.
We don't, but we do know that per our standards, it can't be more than 7 years. After that, any time extension is dead.
Completion.
Thank you.
Yeah, to best the phase.
To allow one of the phases to hook up. Phase.
Well, so that's a question, you know, where do you draw the line in the sand?
Well, what's the capacity on, where's the tipping point that it's a problem, it's a problem now?
It's a problem now, it's sorely undersized. And the problem is we've been without, you know, this was a master plan that was decades old. And so over the last decades, the city has been ignorant of its sanitary sewer limitations. And so we've been drinking the Kool-Aid, sanitary sewer, fine, build. Now we have a plan that tells us that's not correct. We have some undersized pipes and we have some problems that could occur now. We have a subdivision proposal that would result in more homes, more lots being put on there. And if there was a threshold, if there was a known threshold, maybe we could talk about it in the report. The problem is with the engineering department talking about the consultants, they're saying you're asking for more risk by adding more development. And so the answer is one home.
Okay, well, it sounds like we need a moratorium on the whole area.
Well, I saw the presentation of Sharon to the city council. I think we had a presentation last year because I had asked some questions about it. And I think the prediction is that there will be sewage potentially overflowing if we experience a 5-year event anytime. So 5-year event.
So it's an issue now. And
right.
So now when we talked to the council about it, we were kind of exploring, well, you know, where do we go with this? And, you know, we hadn't gotten to the nitty gritty and I hadn't read that standard that I mentioned about the sanitary sewer already. But the council, you know, they were resistant to a bona fide across the board moratorium. And at that time, we we're talking about a fee in lieu of which we kind of backed off on now as impractical, especially because all these assumptions about loans and stuff is kind of baked into the SDC and utility rates. The point of that is, based on that meeting we had with the council, though it was outside of a public hearing, was they seemed willing to accept some risk. And based on that meeting, looking at the code, that's why I kind of presented option 4, where if you're thinking approval, but you're worried about that, you can give it to the council. Of course, the council is also the appellate authority. And so if someone didn't like your decision here, they could appeal it to the council.
I just generally not directly to this, but just generally the 10 million, is there a breakdown of what it is to, you know, for the road work To get to the sewer, it's got to be roads torn out,
Yeah.
it's exposed. Sewer, and then put everything all back together. Is there a breakdown between the flow versus the sewer work on the 10 million?
I'm assuming it's all incorporated. Because the designers know they have to open up the road.
Right, I'm just wondering about. Okay, and so, yeah, I talked to Mohammed and he said they're trying to make this particular sewer line a priority, like the number one.
Yeah, yep. I talked with him about that earlier today, as far as priorities to complete.
So this is very weird. So shall we continue with the script?
Yeah, we gotta make it unweird somehow and stick with the protocol.
Okay. All right, any questions of staff? All right, hear from the applicant.
I have a question for staff, because
You can come up and if you've already your testimony, you can ask questions.
so I am not
Make
an
statements.
expert in sewage.
Just
However,
state your name and your, just for the record, because the new hearing.
Jean Marine, POA for Chico Comstock. One of my questions that I've had with engineering that has not been clear to me, so although I may not be an expert in sewage, I am an industry expert in pipelines and the internet. And I do know that when we have hit hot spots and cold spots, when you're talking about, when everyone talks about cloud computing, I'm one of a handful of people that created it. And so to clarify the hot spots and cold spots, very rarely do you say you're going to replace the entire internet before you allow anybody to connect to it. But you look for areas that have those hot spots and cold spots and strategically select, like for example, we talked about like on Bar Road, I talked to Sharon about this, and select those areas to replace first. So similar to the phased approach that we've taken with the development, that's part of the reason why phase one is that area around Bar Avenue, because then you're gonna have the developers help pay to open up the streets. You could upgrade some of the sewage, you'll have the additional tax lots, building permits, some fees with that to help offset that $10 million number. I was told it was 6 before, so it's gone up significantly.
And I think, I don't think they were including the Port Avenue section. With some of those earlier numbers that we gave you.
So my question is, when you're talking about a moratorium for development, because there were other developments like the 66 unit subdivision and different ones that went through as well, right? The moratorium then would have to be on all building, not just one, right? Or are they looking at what is the phased approach for implementing or identifying those hotspots within the sewage system with capacity planning and then addressing those? Because when I looked at the maps and I talked to Sharon about it, there are several areas that are still green. So that doesn't mean that the entire system is undersized. And it doesn't mean that you're going to rip up all the streets in St. Helens and all the pipeline in St. Helens all at once. That's unrealistic, just like it would be unrealistic to ripping up the entire internet all at once, right? But you will have areas that you strategically have to look at and figure out, how do I address that? And is there a way to do it with, when we talk about conditions, as part of that phased approach, so that this, instead of it being a detriment, one of the ideas was for it to be a benefit to the city, because right now the difference in taxes for me on that land with my mother-in-law is $900 a year for the city. So if everything gets denied, if there's a 2 to 4 year moratorium, chances are the developers will walk, because financially it doesn't make sense. And we are going to go into a recession. So when you're looking at coming up with the tax dollars to pay for that additional $10 million, it's not, some of it will be loans, but you have to look at what is the bigger subset plan, and is there a way that everyone can work together for the win-win to identify that plan, just like we did when we were building out cloud computing. And I myself personally have flattened 30,000 desktops at Verizon. Can you hear me out? But right now they're the #1 provider, because we looked at how do we solve the problem, not replacing the entire thing, but incrementally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a good question. So not not every parcel of land is faced with this issue. It's a matter of where that land is and what is the infrastructure between that land and the wastewater treatment plant. And one that we recently approved, I think it's the 66 lot one on North 8th. It doesn't have as many red pipes in between it like this one does. And that yellow area, you know, that's not all red. There's a significant section of Sykes, and then there's a portion of Port Avenue. The rest of it's fine. So it's not the entire system. There are some certain places. The unfortunate thing about this one is you have this considerable stretch of Sykes. That's really the only option for sanitary sewer for this property. And that's why we have to talk about it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying not to talk about it, but what I'm saying is when we're talking about approval of conditions, is there a way to look for the versus saying we're gonna shut down the internet because we're not gonna allow anyone else to connect because of the fact that there's hotspots and pain spots. And that's your point, is there are still areas that are green.
And that conceivably be a hybrid of one of the recommendations we had. So we had a recommendation where we allow the subdivision to be completed, but we say no building permits until it's resolved. And then we have on the other side, we say, well, we don't care about the sewer, let it flow on the streets. Or just accepting risk, not, I shouldn't have said it like that, but it's getting late. So the middle ground would be, well, okay, phase 1 and 2 could be now, and then phase 3 and 4 would be delayed. So that would be an example of kind of a, well, some, but not all. Divide it into phases.
That was a question.
Yeah, and that's, but it goes down to that measurement of risk. If it's half, okay, there's less risk. But ultimately it, you know, depends how the decision body feels about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, I guess, part of my comment or question is when we're looking at the part of the reason and talking to the developer and talking to engineering, like I've been involved to make sure that we're doing the right thing or at least as right as I'm aware of. I missed the plan unit development overlay, that was my mistake. But understanding these pieces, so is there a way from a capacity planning perspective that you can uplift or upgrade components? So you're assuming risk, but you're mitigating the risk. So the assumption is less. And with that piece, but with that, then looking at areas, so like that's, for example, phase 1, the first phase was looking at where Bar Avenue is, because you're gonna have to open up the street to build the public right-of-way part of the street. Then that actually is one of the bigger hotspots, at least I've gotten that impression talking to engineering, right? Maybe I got it wrong, but that was the impression I got talking to engineering, that there's different areas that we could address in that way versus you gotta wait 2 to 4 years, it's all or nothing, right? And I think looking at from that perspective, because it's, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, the taxes coming in and the additional people paying those development components, as well as pulling whatever the permits are, the cost to pull permits to connect are going to be the pieces that will help pay for those upgrades. And the developers building the roads then will reduce the cost, because then you're not having to rip up the road because the developer is ripping up and building up the road already, right? And it reduces the impact and the costs to the city. So that was part of the thought process there with doing the phase development and reducing the impact based on the area of the sewage line. And with that, I'll just.
Yeah, and that's a good question, or a good series of questions. As staff, you know, we're not supposed to be gamblers. You know, as staff, we hold the line. But if a board or the council is willing to do that, that's fine, that's their prerogative. And so it's a matter of convincing the decision maker that that risk is acceptable or mitigated.
My question for Ford then you talk about option 4, right? So option 4 is deferring it to.
Is
Did you say
giving
that?
it to the council, yeah.
But could they approve parts of the development, the streets, the pieces, the concepts of it with deferring that piece to give to the council? Or is it, you're saying that they should give the entire thing to the council? Is that your recommendation?
Well, they can say, and they can give it to the council with or without cause. So they can say, well, we're tired of talking, just give it to the council. Or they made us mad, we want to give them this. Or they can,
I'm trying to make you.
but although they can have a constructive discussion and give it to the council with a, a sticky note, if you will. Hey, by the way, consider this.
It's our decision.
But it's just,
So either you make the decision and you don't like it, you appeal it, and the city council makes the decision. Or we just give it to the city council to make the decision. There's no other elected body.
yeah, they're like, too much risk.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I get that. What I was just questioning was the way that it was broken down was deny.
Yeah.
2 to 4 year moratorium or give it to the city council. And everything is predicated on the sewage. But all the work in engineering wasn't just about the sewage. It was about making sure, for example, that there was connections off of Willie Lane so that ambulances and, emergency vehicles will be able to have a turnaround, which they don't today, right? Or the trail that my father-in-law, we wanted to have for him because that was the creek he used to play at. So there's other parts of the engineering that don't include the sewage. That we're saying, is there a way that you could look at that piece and defer the sewage piece to the city council? Does that make sense?
That's what I thought number 4 was, but I.
Well,
Well, I think what
Okay,
what you're hoping for is that
No, that's okay. I'm trying to.
given this to approve a subdivision, that's the whole banana, right? The whole enchilada, I guess. And yeah, sounds better right now. But we're not approving chunks. We're only approving one thing. That's what we're asked to do.
And the issue is, the streets, the trails, that's all good stuff. And we're not beating that up. The issue is this off-site capacity issue. And that's why we kind of have to put more of a microscope on that.
Why spend all this time talking about that if the deal's killed for the sewer by itself? We've done this before with another housing development where we just said, this just doesn't fit this particular rock wall thing is mining, and then it killed it. It didn't really matter what the design of the development was, it couldn't get there from here. I'm not saying that's what we're gonna do, but
No,
that's why the choice is.
Yeah, I was just saying.
If I could, this one, I'm just trying to track all these. Ken Sandblast, Westlake Consultants, 15115 for the record. I know I'm just.
Thanks.
For the first time here. Haggard 972. This one's a little bit different than that, in that the fact that this is, as I've heard Jacob say a couple times, and I think I agree with him, this is simply a risk analysis of whether or not it's acceptable risk for the city. And the city council is elected to make this decisions. So the subdivision itself is your discretion and your decision. Just that risk component is the city council decision. If I'm following all this correctly, it's just a little bit different than blasting or whatever to build a subdivision. This is just simply, is this risk worth it? Can the risk be mitigated, as Jean just said, in parts or pieces based upon the phasing of the subdivision? I want to talk about the subdivision, but I just saw that as a different, this is pure risk. It has to be, and you're volunteers and they're elected. So those are two different things.
Yeah.
They make the big bucks. You just stay late and eat bananas.
So we go forward with that.
Patrick likes that.
What is the timeframe for getting back to Russ's question? Russ Lowe, so what would be the timeframe to hook to the sewer system? Just, if everything went well and. Approximately, this is a loose thing, right?
I would say by next, I think somebody said there's a difference between the subdivision approval and construction and then the building permit approval and construction.
Right.
You can't do a building permit till you build a subdivision. So, you know, I don't know what building permits take to get processed in St. Helens, but that usually takes a couple, 3 or 4 months. And you have to, do, but then you have to build the house before you start flushing the toilet. And that usually takes 3, 4, or 5 months, depending upon the house. So the subdivision itself has to be approved here and move through the system, and then it's gotta go to engineering, and then it's gotta be built. That's gonna be over the fall and winter and probably into next spring. And then somebody would move to get a plat recorded, and houses might be built next summer at the, earliest, depending upon, and that would be phase 1. And I think in the south, as Jeannie said, that's one of the reasons. I mean, the phasing was done, at least from perspective, was it's because of, as I said earlier tonight, this is 3 subdivisions, and we broke the north one into 2 pieces because it's just bigger. Flexibility to deal with this. So the phasing subsequently come to find out this risk issue is even to the surface here. And so, or now it gives the flexibility to also build the subdivision in accordance with how the risk can be mitigated. So that's a long-winded way of answering the question. I mean, it's a long process to flush a toilet. I'm sitting here right now tonight is, I think, the picture.
You build, well, phase 1's downhill, I guess, so to say, you build phase 1 without putting all the pipes for the rest of it in.
You can. The main linkage of this whole site is not it's not the transportation, it's not the utilities, it's just grading. Because in the middle, if you looked at the grading plan, there has to be fill, because the way that Westboro is coming in and the way the ground goes off, and to stay out of all the buffers, there's fill there. Well, to do the north part of the project, there's cutting, so it moves from the north to the middle and a little bit to the south. So the only linkage for the whole site itself is dirt. After that, everything stands on its own.
So you do have to grade the whole site to grade to develop.
What you're trying to do is keep trucks off the road and keep impacts down, and so you're trying to move dirt on site as much as possible. In this case, I know exactly. So in the wetlands, in this case, we're not going to be moving, we can drive across the wetlands. So we'll move dirt from the street stubs that we're building and move it around and put it on the site. It'll all come from the site, it'll go back to the site. We can't have two wetlands. So it's got to move around. And that is the only linkage of the whole 11 acres is dirt. So to answer your question, it's not the utilities. It's, yes, you can build South standalone. Yes, you can build Westboro standalone. They have their own storm. You can see that on the screen. They have their own sanitary, their own water. That's what makes this a fairly unique spot. As Mark said earlier, the overall configuration of the property is allowing this. And then, as I said, it's the street stubs.
I just went to the last drawing, so the sewer, center sewer goes out each street.
Yeah.
It goes across.
One Westbrook, one goes to Westbrook,
Goes
one
south.
goes to south to Bar, and one goes to Edna. And they all, and that's from Pittsburgh all the way down. Yeah, it goes east and west. In the south, I guess, in the southeast.
I think that's what I was asking, actually.
Is there a plan is part of the sewer upgrade gonna involve digging up Bar Avenue where the south lane is proposed? You know?
I suspect
Is it
Sadie Lane.
Sadie Lane?
Sadie.
I was wondering, you said that. Sadie Lane.
Got by me. That one got by me.
That was her nickname.
I don't know if they're gonna have to go up far. I know Sykes is undersized. Wastewater. From a bar, I have to be open up that too, but I just don't know.
I say we punt to the city on the sewer risk. I agree with that. That's
Well, yeah, I mean, this got other.
Testimony.
This is like still discuss discussion. So.
Yeah, we're discussing, sorry.
I'll just emphasize a couple of things about the subdivision.
Yeah, tell me, what's your subdivision all about? You want to know about it?
It's all self-evident, just look at the plans. So there's a couple of things I just want to emphasize that Jacob hit most of them. One was this idea that the phasing plan, yes, I'm confirming that the south wetlands that are on the screen would be in phase 1 because we want to protect it. And then 2, the north wetlands would be in phase 2, we would want to get that protected. So those would be as part of the plats. Then he pointed out, and I think rightfully so, that lot 40, which he says he caught today, and I thank you for catching it. We had it in phase 3, but you can't, it's probably gonna get pulled out and built with phase 4 because you wouldn't build Willie Lane for one lot. You would build it when you get 2 lots. So lot 40 will probably get pulled out of phase 3 and put into phase 4 instead of building Willie Lane. That's another one. Then there was the shared private drive at the northeast corner, which is lot 46. Thank you for highlighting that. It's a shared private drive, as again, I think Jacob said, simply because those lots, we wanted to make them as regular shaped, quote unquote, as we could, which is rectangles as much as possible. And they have frontage. It's just that they can't use frontage, as Jacob said, on Pittsburgh Road for their driveways, rightfully so, because that's an arterial street. So that's why that's a private drive, and consistent with what Jacob said, specifically, I guess you need to make that as part of your approval, as well as this, there was something else you had to specifically make it.
It's short enough, it doesn't have to be right for.
Just barely.
Barely.
Yeah, barely.
There was one other one that was specifically the private street one, the shared private drive. And then there was one other one you said that was, the phasing. You guys had to approve, specifically approve the phasing that we requested. So I just wanted to emphasize those 2 things, that we did the phasing initially because of just the configuration of this whole thing. But now with the sanitary sewer, it helps us with that too. So we hope that you'd support the phasing and the private drive in the corner. We talked already extensively about the open spaces, the buffers are protected here. We're putting a trail in there, as Jacob covered, through that right there where the arrow is on the north side of the west. The other thing you should know is that, again, that Westboro, as it comes in from the west on the existing stub, the property drops to the east as it comes in currently. We've minimized the grading as much as possible on the cul-de-sac, so that there's the least amount of dirt fill to get the sewer service into the purple area as possible. And we wanted to do that because we wanted to minimize the impacts to the north side of that extension stub that was dictated to us. So I just want to emphasize that the grading in the purple area is pushed down as low as we can get it, because we were trying to minimize impact on the north side. So that's just the realities of that little part of the project. Trying to think if there's anything else. The 3 different storm facilities, we touched on that earlier. So there's 3 different, each one has its own storm facility. Loops the water, connects the streets. Willie Lane, we are aligning with the future plan. There are some interesting easements, but there's going to be a plan. So we reconfigured the alignment of our Willie Lane here to match up with the future Willie Lane connection, if and when that happens at some future date. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Have I missed anything else? The green belts, the open space and storm tracks are private. We will attend that. We touched on all that's those spaces.
Animal crossing on the side.
Oh, testimony. There was testimony from down in the south part of the project on phase 1. I don't know if there was another map you had up that was kind of zoomed in more a little bit on that. Yeah. So there was some testimony, I believe, from I think it was Ms. Kirkland that owns the property. If you zoomed in really close, and you can kind of see it on this map on lot 31, there's actually an indication from the survey of the existing fence of that property that I believe lives in there. It's on this property. It's on Jeannie's property. So the survey has made us aware that the fencing is off her property and needs to be, will be moved. And apparently, and it doesn't show on here, but apparently her house has been built like on the property line or darn close to it, if not over it. I think it's within a foot or less. So she testified about needing open space and setbacks. We gave that on the side of lot 26. We did not put it on lot 31. One, because the configurations are better for lot 31 to be more conventionally shaped. Lot 26, we wanted open space access. And it was already getting to be pinched, so we made it the open space on that side, knowing that this other encroachment was happening on the east side already. So I just wanted to acknowledge that there was that testimony and that that's what, those are some of the background behind what we did and why.
I didn't understand what you just said because it sounded like Ms. Kirtland would love to have open space against her property, but you put it on the other end.
No, part of her testimony was to move it to the other side, but we've asked her several times to cease and desist. She built a community garden on our property without our permission and moved our fence and extended her backyard by about 5,500 square feet. So we've asked her not to do that. I've tried to email her. I've tried to talk to her. I've not heard back from her except for in these meetings on Zoom, right? So that is a private matter. But what we did is one of the things that we had asked as a family is that there'd be a trail for everyone talked about the deer and they were worried about the wildlife so that they would be able to get from one, like the storm drain back up to the open space without having to walk through somebody's backyard. So that's part of why some of the lots are maybe a little smaller. We were looking at where there are ways like with the trails and that to make it so that the wildlife that we were preserving some of those as well. So that was a request that was made in, but we decided to do it on the other side for two reasons, to be quite honest with you. Primarily because it was the best thing that we felt like for the deer and the wildlife and that it wouldn't be connected to a roadway or would be closer to a busy roadway. So there would be less risk to drivers or to people trying for the deer coming out and, like if you've ever hit a deer, which I have, it's no fun. So for safety reasons, we're thinking about it. And then the other one, the only one that would benefit from that would be Ms. Kirtland. And we did not want to, given the fact that we have reached out to her, we even had the sheriff go out and try and talk to her because my mother-in-law, frankly, is livid. A lot of it was done after my father's passing. And she felt like she was thinking of the original family during a time from that perspective. So she did not want to reward bad behavior, for lack of a better way to say it. And I will just leave it at that.
I was trying to think if there's any other testimony that comes to mind, but we also heard from the Fair Housing Council about the fact that they're supportive of this because of housing. If there's something I'm missing, I think that was the extended testimony.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the testimony received after the staff report was done. There was the letter from Kirtland, and then there was potential background information from Commissioner Toski about Stockholm.
I didn't receive that one.
I asked it to be sent to you, so.
Yeah, I provided it to Ken
Okay,
earlier today.
okay. I was flying today, so I apologize. I didn't get it until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
I have a copy of all those though, if you want it for your reading pleasure.
Don't be so hard on yourself, you don't know how it would turn out had you come with anything else, There's no change in the past, you don't know what would have happened had you come the other way.
No,
It is what it is.
yeah, it's you move forward. We all make mistakes. It was
I
perfect.
don't know if it was a mistake or not, it is what it is.
Yeah, but-
I wouldn't be so hard on yourself.
Well, I admit when I make mistakes, so that's, I think, an important part about being human is we are all fallible.
I don't know how we would have reacted to a different type of proposal.
So we have this plan as presented. And with the lots, the shapes, so knowing that the recommendation we gave in the previous hearing. Would you would you entertain redesigning this for bigger lots? What would that look like to you? Painful would that be? Does it still work? Can you make the development even work? Now we have actually a plan to talk about.
Yeah, I'm not the developer.
Yeah.
I do know that when we were initially talking about it, it was 42 lots. So some of the lots in the northern half were bigger. But for the planning commission, what they were trying to do with the plan unit development was say, okay, the maximum would be 46. And then looking at 42 or 44, because we were asking for additional space for the wildlife trail. Or that wouldn't necessarily be part of. So because it's 2.65, not 2.8, the 0.15 extra is additional stuff that we had asked for. Asked Clark to consider or incorporate it into the planning, because we felt like those were things that were brought up that were important to the citizens of St. Helens that they had brought up before, right? Worried about the deer, worried about the safety, the passage, different things. So we tried to incorporate that into this plan. Now, how they can adjust or change that, you know, that's one of the things that the developer will have to look at. Obviously, there will be some loss on the upper ones, the smaller ones, you know, again, I'm not the developer, I can't answer for that.
You know, we were, Russ and I were looking at, there's really quite a few lots that meet that criteria already. So it's the phase 3 and 4, where they have some smaller lots, and of course your lot down in phase 1. This doesn't seem like a lot, but just ask the developer. It's not my business. Is a little too much? And this is the minimum you could possibly think to build to make it work. That's what I'm asking about. You're not the developer. So.
Yeah, I'm not the one that built the business case of those pieces. I will tell you, out of the 6 developers that approached us, Noyes was the only one and one other that was willing to do it with R7 with the planned unit overlay. Everyone else wanted R5 with the planned unit overlay and to make a bigger stink out of it. So we went the direction with Noyes because they could incorporate, as they said, right, with R7, the planned unit overlay, that they would do the trail. And we, for us, the HOA is important because although everyone's like, just let it go, I disagree because that land, especially by the creek, and that means a lot to our family. Not that, you know, and we would like it to be a place that kids can go play and not get hurt. And less risk for the city and everyone else, right? With that piece. So can they still, or will they still move forward? I don't know. That would be a question for Clark.
I was gonna say, I don't know if Clark's got his hand raised or anything. I just remembered that Clark is an applicant here too, so.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the planning commission to open it up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Well, I didn't know if he was applicant, if he.
He is on Zoom. I can ask to see if he.
Nobody raises
Go
his
ahead
hand
and have him chime in.
as an applicant.
While we're getting that,
Yeah.
we get the creek name, Comstock Creek.
Not yet. It has been, we've lost 10 people in the last year.
Yeah.
So now that hopefully we're done with funeral season, we can kind of start to focus on some of this other stuff once we get past August. So I'm working on it.
You got the G, you got the.
Yes, I have the information. No, thank you. I keep like, I'm gonna get back to it.
There's actually a State Department that geographical names you can apply to rename a creek.
Yes, and we are gonna do that. I appreciate that. and Thank you. Yeah, I just have not. gotten to it yet.
Clark, I mean, not Mr.
Hey,
Clark.
sorry about that.
Do you want to make a presentation or?
Hey, Clark Vorm, Noise Development. Can you please just repeat the question you guys had for us? I have been watching, but my internet cut out for a sec. Sorry.
Well, I was just asking, because previous hearing, we were just talking about a planned unit overlay and not specifically this plan, even though it came up all the time.
Correct.
Good. So our recommendation to the city council in that hearing was to have a 7,000 square foot lots. It's not going to work out on some edges, maybe you come in for a variance, but something about that size. And
right.
So if the city council agrees with us, you keep this and you can build this sewer line aside, but could you make that work with the plan, and how bad would it be, or is it impossible to build streets to do that?
I mean, so honest answer, if you guys did implement that, that would probably reduce, given the shape of the property and how the streets have to connect, and that it's split up into 3 different basically subdivisions or phases. It would probably decrease the lot count to around 38 or so, which is pretty significant. With that said, we're not trying to build something that's super high density. The reason why we propose 46 lots is only a specific a case from the code, which is basically you request kind of the highest number you want, and you can decrease from there, right? But you can't increase. We don't want to increase at all. Like I said before in my previous comment, we want to go with 43, 44 lots is kind of where we're at right now. You know, if it was somewhere less than that, would it be ideal? No, but I feel like at 43 or 44 lots, we're not trying to get like super small lots. People kept saying, you know, 4,000 square foot lots. Most of our lots are 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, over 7,000. Like, we are not trying to do anything that's out of bounds. Like I said, we're trying to build a nice community for the city of St. Helens and for the neighbors. And that's our goal.
Okay. Thank you. All right. This is a hearing. Any other questions for the applicant? Is there any more testimony in support of the application by the applicant's team? Neutral testimony. You want to, okay. Go ahead, Rhonda. Neutral testimony.
Hi, yes, this is Rhonda Kirtland, 59305. I am neutral. It does look like a nice layout. The only thing I would reference is the previous discussion about the R7. I also wanted to just address what Jeannie had mentioned regarding our lot. I have never been contacted by her via letter or email that I know of, unless it went to my junk mail. I've never been approached by anyone about the property. So I'm really saddened to hear that there is a little bit of animosity with that. And by no way was I intending any type of greediness. I'm just trying to make our home and previous past owners for the other home to have a good relationship. You know, at the R5, it's going to be a side of a house 5 feet off of my back patio. So I'm just trying to make my house as livable as possible for my family and for anybody else who buys this house after I leave St. Helens. So I just wanted to say that this is not an ill intent at all. It's just trying to make this a happy place to live. You know, we've heard testimony from some of the people on the other side that had houses built right next to them. So, you know, I just wanted to set the story straight, that I was not addressed by any police officers or letters of ceasing at all. That's not true.
Thank you.
And I do have one other question. So with the street that's being created down south, it looks like there's 3 houses down that private road that's currently off of Bar. And so it looks like the access to the private driveway will now be off of that newly created road down there. So do you anticipate our address changing because of that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And if they were new lots, I think we would probably use the proposed street. Let's say Columbia 911 approves it as Sadie Lane or Sadie Drive. Obviously that is a burden, and that's a burden for multiple people. I think you're close enough to Bar that the addresses can be maintained. there may need to be just some simple sign, so it's not confusing for emergency personnel. Or delivery people.
Right, yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't think we would try to force it, we would try to make it make sense. Because we don't want people to have to change their address.
Right, ideally not.
And it's so close to bar that it's, it's not unheard of to have a bar address.
Okay, I think that is everything I had to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else with neutral testimony? Want to elect give testimony in opposition to the application? Sure. State your name again. I know you.
Matthew Snook, and I live on Meadowview Drive. I have some questions and obviously statements here. So how many square feet is in an acre?
43,500.
43,560. Okay, you look at the lots, you do the overview from Meadowview Drive and all the way up on Pittsburgh Road, the lots that were before the other neighborhood got pushed in there and shoved down their throats. And a lot of people left their homes that they were probably gonna stay in for a good long time. Got pushed out and they lost their, the land that was behind them and all that stuff to push in another subdivision. So if you look at those lots, the two up by they're well more than an acre. All the lots down Meadowview Drive, all of them are an acre or better. I think there's one that might be just under an acre. So how many 7,000 square foot lots can you put in 1 acre? 5, just about. So saying that that is consistent with the neighborhood surrounding it is horseshit. Okay. So to think otherwise is that's, and it's the proof is in the pudding. All the other houses around there and properties that have been longer standing are proof of the contrary. So that's not I don't think so. The verbiage getting, protecting the wildlife gets put out there quite a bit. The very first, opportunity that Rick Scholl had to come out there, mowed down all the wildlife that was out there, wrecked families of quail, wrecked the grouse, ran out the deer. It's been months since he went out there and mowed all of their habitat down so somebody could get a better look at that. When you're protecting the wildlife, that's garbage as well. Okay, there's an additional risk, and I need here's some questions, I guess. The burden to the system for the sewer, is that only upstream in this neighborhood, or is the plant itself, the water processing plant, at an additional burden because of all the new developments going in? So we have a huge apartment complex that just went in. That's got to be a burden on the sewer system, right? You would think.
Yeah, the main issue is conveyance, not necessarily capacity.
Okay.
Now, our wastewater treatment pond is unique in the state of Oregon.
Right.
Because it's combined with the old mill.
Right.
And so conceivably, the capacity is huge, although that'll probably change because of what we're dealing with there. But the main thing is the downstream conveyance.
Right. Okay, so at any point in time downstream, so you're building more and more and more and creating more and more of a demand on that system. So is there any scenario where you see that we have another, I don't know how many apartment complex that's going in right across from Walmart? It's gonna be big, right? I don't know how many apartments are in that one just behind grocery outlet, yeah. Yeah, and so the other one's gonna be larger than, it's gonna be, so that's a huge increase as those get filled up. That's gonna be an increase. Now, is there any potentially long-term impact? So if there is some sort of catastrophic failure as a overflow, and we just continue to cram things down people's throats, like new developments and running people out of town, and you're still gonna have all this this burden on there, is there any point in time with that could cause a problem upstream? So if there's a catastrophic failure as a result of overflow downstream, where does that back up? All the way up to us? What does that do to your wetland or the part you're trying to conserve there, the wilderness chunk there? That wrecks it, right? Because that's on a slope, so all that sewage rolls right down to that creek. So what are you protecting at that point? So the risk is, I think, probably greater than just the immediate problem. I don't know that for sure, but that's part of why I'm asking the questions, because the burden to the system as a whole has to be burdened if you continue to build and create a demand and nothing else changes, right? So at some point in time, you would have to probably potentially overhaul that to be able to add additional burden. So that's additional cost to the city and the taxpayers and everything else like that, right? Essentially. And that's not that far-fetched of a system or of a scenario, right? That could be a problem in maybe the very near future. So that's a concern. We additionally have, I don't know why pulling out on Pittsburgh Road is a problem. So you're trying to run has anybody been on Meadowview Drive? Any of you actually been on Meadowview Drive? Okay. So if you've driven down Meadowview Drive, if you're trying to pull out there where there's the amount of traffic that's on there already is fairly high as St. Helens continues to grow and we get more and more traffic, more and more people hot rodding up and down that road. Where we pull out on Meadowview Drive is actually kind of a problematic corner just based on the layout of the road, because people come around those corners pretty quick. And now you're going to increase the traffic, potentially traffic jams, and putting other cars that are trying to come in and other cars that are trying to come out, and potentially cram 46 houses with multiple vehicles at them and try to run them out, partially out that and to Meadowview Drive. That's going to be a catastrophic failure. There's no reason why you couldn't pull it right out onto Pittsburgh Road down further, right? On that lot, infringing on our area, which we have, again, is rapidly dwindling as it seems. All these places were named after the views around it. Mountain View, that's going to be gone when you put a bunch of houses that block the view. Meadowview, that's gone when you run a bunch of houses down our throats. So, what's the appeal in that for even for resale? Not that we want to resell the house right now. We had dreamed about that being a family home or a generational home. And now we have to reconsider that because we're getting garbage parked next to us for the almighty dollar. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. And that's why a lot of people are leaving our small town, because it's no longer a small town. It's mini Portland. It's mini Beaverton. I've never in my life seen so many panhandlers in my entire life in this community. And now they're everywhere because we're just bringing in not the best of the best from out of town. We're bringing in the low income families that are just driving everything down. And now we got panhandlers everywhere. So there's a lot of this stuff that is just extremely frustrating. But the direct impact to our neighborhood is, almost emotional about it. I've got a vested interest. I want to protect my family. I don't want this garbage coming into my neighborhood. I don't. I've had multiple friends all over town have their items stolen, their houses broken into, all these things, and we don't have the police force to police it. To invite an extra opening onto our street for more people to come through, I don't believe that it's going to be a positive thing at all. It's going to be extremely negative. So, and I'll fight tooth and nail to undermine that at every turn if I can. So
your concern is that is it the lot size you think is going to be inconsistent with the neighborhood?
With a 7,000 foot lot size, it's going to completely block any view that we had. It will completely undermine.
7,000 foot is R7. It's zoned R7 already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even that's what I'm saying. I didn't really have the words for it before. I had to absorb a lot of the information because there's a lot of the stuff I just don't know, the technical jargon, and I had to absorb information here. There's been a lot of it passed around tonight, let me tell you. But doing the math, if the thought process from even the council was to try to keep this at a consistency with the surrounding areas, and you're basing all of your surrounding areas on the one neighborhood that was crammed down somebody else's throat, that's not fair. That's not at all consistent with the neighborhood. Everywhere up the road, more acreage than that. Everybody up just in the top corner there, top right corner of that map, more acreage than that. Everywhere else where there's asshole to belly button houses, those are crammed down everybody's throat.
Just so you know, that's all in the county, it's out of the city, we don't have any control over it.
So, I mean, I don't, you know, again, I don't know all of those boundary areas, but all that kind of stuff is still, this is in your control, right? The part we're talking about is in control. So that other stuff that was crammed down somebody's throat, that's just an example, right? It just shows what's being done. What's trying to happen now, those lot sizes, if you look at them, if those are at all true to spec, are smaller than the neighborhoods right next to it that was shoved down somebody's throat. So now we have our neighborhood, which is inconsistent with what you guys are trying to build, or what they're trying to build. Not you guys, but what's trying to be built here. It does not flow at all. Even if you had a 15,000 foot lots out there, that would be at least a semi progression down to the other small 7,000 square foot lots that are down there. That's not even close. So you're talking the one property, one lot on my lot, our lot is an acre. 7 of those lots, 7 houses could go on our property and still call that having a view or having property or having anything around there. That's disgusting. Take a look at look at 1 acre and imagine 7, or you imagine, 4 or 5 houses on that. That's horrendous. So I don't, it's gonna be an eyesore, and it's gonna diminish our property values, and a lot of us are not gonna be there.
Thank you for your testimony. Other testimony in opposition?
Oh, that's not what, I was just raising my hand.
Oh, I thought you were high-fiving, so I was like, I'm giving a high five.
Hey, I'm Vicki News again, 34854 Westboro Way, sorry, I'm getting really pooped out. Couple of things, so the sewer is huge.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that you would decide, or the council would decide that, well, let's just go ahead and set this land and we'll do the infrastructure, and we won't do any building permits until we've got this down. But then it's like, well, he's got those in there, and what's a few houses? They're already built. Let's just get those ones on there. The thing is, there's people downstream from that, in that sewer system. And I've known a couple, I think back in the 90s, the sewers went up on people, and they had stuff in there down in what I call the basin. It's Columbian. I don't know where all this, if it's going down Sykes and going to Port, I don't know how it's getting there, but I do know when the people that have come about property that's being built next to me, I always go out and investigate, find out who they are, what they're up to. And I have talked to the engineer a couple of times, the one that was trying to devise the sewer thing, because he was trying to eyeball it, and he was checking the sewer holes, or what do you call, manholes, I guess, because he had a feeling that the Westboro Way one, where I am, wasn't configured right to flow the sewage back to Mountain View, and he was correct. It was angled the wrong direction, so he said that they will probably have to dig up the whole road and redo it, relay it. Is that familiar? Well, that's what he said. Because the one and down at the manhole down at the top of Mountain View, which the Westboro Way would go to, is higher. No, that's not right. I'm not sure. Somehow the flow isn't correct, and he said it would have to be dug up. And I'm like, well, great, Then he said, well, they'll probably repave the whole road if they're gonna dig the whole road up, and they'll have to take you guys off and reconnect you after they've passed you. It's gonna be a mess. So he was talking about just the Westboro Way sewer. He said that there's a big problem, as we all know now, with mains, or whatever you call them, the trunk lines, that they're not big enough, and it's going to go downhill. And it's gonna end up on whoever's at the lowest level. Houses. So I don't think that we should be taking that risk. I would hate to be the person that's at the bottom of the hill, gonna get sewage coming up my toilet, or wherever it would show up. However, it's gonna go the lowest common denominator, right? Gravity. So that's a risk that when you say, well, maybe a few, or maybe one or whatever it is, I would hate to be that person that you guys are betting for. Just to kind of let this happen. I think it needs to wait until this is completed. They don't want that. They've got money into it, they want it done, but none of us are the people that are sitting at the bottom of the hill that are gonna get sewage in our houses. It's happened, it sounds like it could happen, you guys are pretty much sure it's gonna happen. So, I mean, to me, that's a big red flag. And whether you bump it up to the next people and then they have to look at it, I don't care, but I just think that we need to take a breath here. We don't have the money to do it. It's a big deal, like you said, it's a big deal. And we need to take a breath and not take a risk to some other families. I don't think any one of you guys would want to be there in a house getting sewage up through your toilets. That's pretty sad that we would take a risk. And there's a liability, but it's also a liability for those families and their homes. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Your testimony.
Vicky, you had said before in our prior hearing, I think you're concerned about the lot size. You've been 18-year resident. And
Yes.
All those things go for this hearing too, right? All those things.
So nothing's changed. I'm still there. What do you mean?
Well, this is a hearing, so it's a different testimony, so.
Right, yeah, those are all the same. I
Okay,
mean,
thank you. Just want to make sure we've got a record.
okay.
Any other testimony?
I would just say,
For the record.
I'm sorry, James Schober, 59543 Meadowview Drive. I would absolutely pass this up, the sewer. I mean, obviously that's a big deal. And it's been said, and I mean, where's that map out of it? I mean, how many miles is that? Do you guys know?
Can we look at that map again online?
The sewer map,
Yeah.
the master plan's uploaded to the engineering website.
You just had it on
You
review.
just had it up there.
Yeah, you can look at the whole plan though too.
Okay,
That one,
yeah.
it's not gonna have mileage on there.
Yeah. Either way, it's still a long ways. Asphalt's $106 a ton right now, probably going up. So,
It's easily going up because fossil fuels are.
yeah, I'm sure you guys are smart enough to pass this. I'm not saying you're not incompetent. I wouldn't want the burden on me. So.
Thank you.
It's not even
Earlier at the other hearing about the density too.
Yep, same thing, everything. I mean,
What was it?
well, there need to be at least 7,000. What it says, I mean,
I just wanted you to.
well, I mean.
It was on the record for this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have the rules right here. I mean, rules, right?
Any other testimony in opposition? State your name for the record.
My name is Shauna Harrison. I mean, I'm just kind of floored, honestly. I can't believe that we even got this far, knowing what we know, looking at that map in regards to the sewage. You know, Meadowview is all on septic. So it's concerning and confusing to me that this development made it this far, inherently already knowing the burdens that we had with the sewage essentially becoming Benson bubblers all across town. I mean, that's just the yellow line that we're dealing with this subdivision. That's not talking about all the other red lines that you guys have identified in there that are a problem. I know that last meeting, you guys talked about pumping, the pumping station down there because there's this big push to fill the lagoon. But you guys got some serious sewage problems in our community that is, I mean, you even mentioned it, like you're taking on this huge liability to try to push more building when you don't have the infrastructure to support it in regards to sewage making a health and safety issue. I mean, Russ mentioned maybe putting a moratorium. I don't know how in good faith anybody could not think about possibly doing that, knowing what we're facing, I understand that development is gonna pay some money, but it's not gonna cover that much. And if you're so concerned about the recession, there ain't nothing worse than a recession than getting in the middle of a development that you can't finish. And you can go talk to some of the people that did that through 2008, 2009, when they had to auction off the mansion houses they built right next door to the pit in Scappoose. That developer had like 10 different developments that he had to basically auction off down at the convention center because he couldn't sell them. To me, to make basically a ghost subdivision that doesn't already have adequate support, that's not going to be in line for 4 years. I mean, my God, that's a long time. I mean, that's a long time to sit and wait. I mean, maybe I'll get my cyber truck by then, but I don't think so. It's not looking too good for Elon. So, you know, I'm just trying to be lighthearted. It's almost friggin' midnight. God bless you all for being here this long. At the same token, I can't help but feel that it's being drug out for whatever reason. But at the same token, again, if you have a development right next to it, and we know that we've got sewage issues already facing it, why weren't we looking at developing it more with that forthright? I mean, could have maybe built parcels that would have allowed enough space for septic tanks and drain fields that would have maybe been more indicative of the neighboring community, maybe not had as many upset people as you have here. I mean, honestly, there's a bunch more people I know that wanted to come here tonight. I doubt they would have made it this long. But they, you know, they have to work. They've got kids to take care of. I talked to several of them, 2 of them directly this evening that both live on in a bar. But it's, I mean, I can't believe that we're talking about filling the lagoon, pumping sewage, but then looking at that map and acknowledging that basically a good portion of our whole sewer system is inadequate. I mean, it's disheartening to me that, I mean, you guys live here. I mean, I can't even fathom. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, right? Like where our sewage is, that's kind of a big deal to me. I don't know.
You're looking at that.
Guess I'm old fashioned. I also am very concerned. So you don't have to spend your time, Dan. I shared the same sentiments that I shared in the first edition. Is it midnight yet? It's midnight. It says it. I want for the record to state though that my iPhone says it's 11:55. I'm just saying. I don't know. I want to recalibrate the clock down there. Clearly, we're a little off around here on a couple of things, so. Jesus, John.
Any other testimony in opposition? Thank you for speaking it up.
Absolutely. Abigail Dawson, 59312 Mountain View Drive. Testified in the previous hearing. Everything I said there applies to this hearing as well. I will also reiterate that everything that everybody has said about the sewer system, I'm going to reiterate as well. I'm not going to go into the details on that. I think we've heard enough of that shit. So, no pun intended, exactly. I do have some very serious concerns about this particular subdivision, the way that it is laid out, the protections for the wetlands, the protections for the surrounding homes and the home values that are potentially impacted negatively. A lot of these are questions that I actually had specifically for the applicant, but I get the format is a little odd, so I apologize. I will try to rephrase these in rhetorical, since she cannot answer them directly right at the moment. I did want to ask about the open spaces, the wetlands, as well as some of those other buffer areas, and who is going to be owning them, if those are going to be community property, whether those are going to be maintained in the sense of who's going to keep them clean, who's going to keep people from damaging protected wetlands. If these small lots and these small houses are being built to accommodate because they have larger open areas, then the expectation is that those open areas are going to be used by the people who live there. That wetland is protected. If people are then using it as their backyards, what's going to mitigate the damage to those wetlands? What's going to mitigate the ecological imbalance that's going to be created by removing a large swath of land and forcing all of the animals onto these tracts of wetland, and then allowing people to go into these wetlands and walk around, pick flowers, let their dogs do their business. Sorry, I know we said enough shit, but the idea of those wetlands being protected is that people aren't supposed to be using them as open space to be wandering through. They are protected for a reason. I don't want to see damage done to those wetlands. My property, could we pull up the map of the lower section of the development, please, next to phase 1? So on this map, my lot is number 2. Thank you for highlighting that. I have wetlands, protected wetlands that run through my private property. As Jacob had mentioned, those properties were developed before the current codes that say that protected wetlands cannot be privately owned. So I own private wetlands. Okay, well, I actually had talked to Jacob several months ago, actually before this whole development came up, and I had asked him about fencing off part of my property that included the wetlands. Security reasons, personal, I don't want to get into it, but I am very concerned with privacy and safety and security. And I was told, no, you cannot fence off the wetlands. They are protected wetlands. They need to be open for the animals to flow through. Okay, well, as long as it's just nature going through there, cool, I'll deal with it. Deer can't have malicious intent toward me. You cannot say the same for human beings. You're now putting these houses, and this is not the only section of this development that is proposed next to these wetlands. You are putting all of these houses up against these wetlands, and they are expecting that the backyards are going to be the wetlands. You're now introducing people, strangers, lots of them, into an area where there's no visual definition for them of what is their community open space versus what is my privately owned property. It's all wetlands, but there's no visual definition there. And it's not just my property that owns wetlands. The property just north of me, lot 3, Elena, she was here earlier, she had to leave. She has wetlands on her property. Some of the other properties on the other side down there own wetlands. If you look at the northern part of it, there's private property on either side of this lot who own wetlands. If none of us are allowed to protect our personal property, provide safety for ourselves, for our homes, from people coming in there, that's a huge issue to me. I don't want somebody coming in off the hammerhead end of that, coming through the little deer trail and being dumped out into the open space right where my property and the open space are adjoined, but there's no delineation that anybody can see. I don't want people tracing through my wetlands from Mountain View to get over there. That's another whole issue because I've already had 2 contractors tied to this development that have done exactly that, including our esteemed mayor, who didn't realize that my private property lines apply. What's to guarantee that the developers are going to keep their subcontractors off of my private wetlands to protect those wetlands and not use my property to pass through or any of the other adjacent properties? That is a huge issue. If the 2 contractors who've been out there, the surveyors and the mayor, didn't know where my property line, I find it hard to believe the surveyors didn't know where my property line was and didn't realize they were tracing across my private property to get to this spot. And we haven't even started development. And I'm only one property that owns that kind of a land mass on either side of this. That's huge. I also want to point out that there are a lot of open spaces in Columbia County that were supposed to be nice, wonderful elements for people to enjoy in the outdoors. We have a lot of the undesirable element of society moving into St. Helens. They find any open spaces like this and they trash them. They leave garbage, they leave drug needles, people are getting mugged or attacked when they're walking on other trails in the county. We really want that kind of an element brought in here with no boundaries to delineate what's private, what's not. That's an issue. And if we've got an HOA that's supposed to be protecting this wetlands, what are they gonna do to protect those from those undesirable elements? Sorry, getting back to, my eyes are blurring a little bit, it's a little late. I wanted to ask them if the backs of those fences, those lots were going to be fenced. Sounds like probably not, because they're expecting them to use that wetlands as their private, as their backyards. We already talked about the R7 zoning, so I won't reiterate about that. But I will reiterate that if you've got these very small lots, when you have R7 zoning, you do have more space in between the homes. That provides for movement of the wildlife, for starters. Second off, when you have that, you have the living, the outdoor living that residents are doing being done basically in between the houses, not in a row behind the houses. That does not provide for any sort of audio privacy. The noise will travel. It already travels through there pretty well, which is fine when it's empty, when it's only nature out there making noise. But when you add 46 potential homes with anywhere from 2 to 5 or 6 residents, that's a lot of noise that's going to be going on literally in backyards. Not just the existing residents, but the residents there too. And there's no mitigation that I see so far for the noise level increase. One of the rights we have as property owners is the right of quiet enjoyment of our properties. And if you're adding that many people and no way to block the sound, no way to buffer the sound.
See?
Even Siri knows it.
There's no, it's nothing to buffer that sound. You're going to increase the noise level going on in that neighborhood. That is a huge impact to not only the current residents, anybody who's looking to buy in the area, but also to the residents that would be buying these homes. I'd also like to understand better how the visual privacy is going to be addressed. Right now, looking out from anywhere on my property, the only homes I can see are the one directly to the north of me and the one directly to the south of me. I cannot see any of those homes along that back, the ones on the other side of this development, because there's so many trees. There's so much vegetation and it is so tall. I literally have 25-foot trees that are just barely over the property line that are right outside my master bedroom window. That was actually one of the biggest features of this home when I bought it 2 years ago, was the privacy afforded by being in a rural area. So when you start adding this number of homes, that takes away so much of the privacy and the quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood that I bought into. Sorry, get back off my high horse and come back to the points. I'd like to understand how the city or the developer is recommending that the subsequent devaluation of the surrounding homes be handled. Is there any kind of, are they going to increase the number of trees between properties? Are they something that will keep that kind of country rural feel that we all ended up buying into that is now going away or potentially going away? Sorry. I bought my house and I was not going to initially go over this, but considering the emotional testimony from the applicant, I think that I'm going to. I bought this house by myself, on my own, as a safe place. I bought it as a safe place because there have been bad people after me. This whole process of having to come and publicly speak puts me out there in public again. I bought the house because I knew it could be protected. I knew it would be safe. All of this removes that. Even the fact that I'm having to be here in public, putting my name on public record, puts a target on my back. It's one of the reasons that I am so anxious and shaky tonight, and I apologize for that. I wanted this to be my forever safe place. And if this kind of a development and these issues are not addressed with any development on this property, it's not going to be my safe place. I don't have the funds to up and move to somewhere else that's going to provide me with the same safety, privacy, and ability to secure my property that this afforded me when I bought it, that I intended for it when I bought it. And I think that, you know, we talk about the development, we talk about the city, we talk about the impact to the neighborhood and the property values. One of the things that is getting lost in all of this is the impact to the individuals, to us, one by one by one. And yes, I am including the Comstock family in that. I'm sorry. I do believe that those are the things that need to be taken into account with this. I think that there are a lot of issues with the way that this whole thing is designed with the wetlands. I believe that it is going to have a huge impact on every single family that is around this property. And I'm just going to ask that you guys please consider the individual impacts as well as the impacts to the entire city, the entire community. Because, you know, planning and looking at maps and all of that, there's nothing personal about that. And moved to St. Helens because it has a personal feel to it. You guys are all people, you all have relatives, you all have families. Please try to take that into consideration too.
Questions? Is your property in the county?
No, it's City St. Helens.
City of St. Helens? Okay. All right, and then, okay, I think I've got it. Thank you. That's it.
Do you have any other testimony in opposition? Anybody left to there, I guess.
Wait, somebody's raising their hand.
Can I be a neutral and say something just because I might have information that might help?
Well, just say your name.
Okay, I'm Cindy Furseth. I live up off of, where do I live? Up off of Pittsburgh Road. But I've been extremely involved in Meadowbrook for the last 20 some years. So I kind of have a lot of history, but what I do have is some information that might be valuable, and especially in a decision-making process. That being said, I think the comparator that they have been using for property sizes and all of that is the Meadowbrook development, which is the one that abuts the Comstock property. It's where Willie Lane goes through, it's where Edna Bar goes through, it's where the easement onto those 3 little houses down in there. And those houses are sitting on top of each other. So there's no big illusion that they've got acres to sit. The one house literally fills 99% of its lot. Another piece with the sewage from as I think I heard Meadowview people are on a septic system.
Yep, I know.
All of us folks that live out there, we're on septic systems. We're not impacting the sewage system. I had my septic tank fixed a few years ago. I had it replaced. Cost-wise, it's a heck of a deal if you ask me. But anyway, if there's not an upstream that people are referring to. The lot sizes from the city in, I think the city has control over, but I don't think they control, like when you get up to Robinette or where I live. Yeah, Robinette, they 5 acre plots, all of that. The rest of us have an acre or more just because that's the way it was in 1970 when they were building houses up there. Now, the next piece is kind of interesting because I'm the president of the Meadowbrook Homeowners Association. And I have been for too damn long. I also know what it takes to maintain wetland, what it takes to maintain CCNRs and all of the things that go along with an HOA. I know all of the ins and outs of a wetland. And some of Meadowbrook was built on wetlands because when they built it, it wasn't a wetland. The state comes in and make a determination and you get to live with it. And you can appeal it, you can turn purple, it's not going to change it. So the wetlands are what the wetlands are, and I think they have grown over time. I don't know if anybody has gone and tried to walk that creek, but it's not an easy little trot down a little brook in this, bubbling brook kind of thing. It's a nightmare. You can't spray it, you can't use any kind of chemicals, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's a pain to maintain. And 80% of the dues in Meadowbrook goes for maintenance and landscaping. The rest goes for insurance, because you have to insure it for those people that go in there and either hurt themselves or not. And because we have the luxury of being in a BPA easement, we get to maintain that too. So that was just little snippets of information that I think that some of the people here don't know, or they haven't lived here that long, or they haven't been involved in a situation like this. I'm sure when they built Meadowbrook, everybody pitched a fit. Same situation. The lady that owned the property passed away, her family sold it off, you got Meadowbrook. I live next to 80 acres, and if they sold it tomorrow and put in a development, there's nothing I can do about it. So, I mean, I don't get to control what they do with their land. I wouldn't like it, but I can't control it. But I don't have a venue like this to go talk about it to. Traffic, yup, there's more traffic. Bar Avenue is a through street. And I've offered everything from a speed circle to the speed bump to buy one of those machines. And they weren't interested, which is fine. Call the police every once in a while, they go out there and they give a bunch of tickets and people slow down for a month or two. It just is.
They just give you a verbal warning.
Huh?
They just give you a verbal warning.
I don't know what they do, because I don't speed over there. But regardless, if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but I just thought that little bit of information, especially since people are pretty head up about this lot size and all of that stuff. If you look at Meadowbrook, they are not all 7,000 square feet, and there are sevens. I have a lot that I don't know what the size is, but it's got this cockamamie pointer at the back. It just is one of those leftover hunks that somebody got. It just is. So that was it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. Seeing there's no more testimony, do you have any other final questions? Why are we here still?
Did I get to do the rebuttal or no?
Oh, yes, you did do a rebuttal, sorry. She has a right to a rebuttal, you had a right to come and talk about it.
Well, there's a few things, and given the strength of the last young lady, I want to say something. So like her, I was raped, had my hips broken, had 11 procedures, pelvic reconstructive surgery in a small town of 1,200 people in Summersville, Georgia. It took me 10 years to go back to that town. So there's no place that's going to give you safety. Counseling, help, and figuring out how do you get to that place where you own your future, your life, and you don't let fear control you is what's going to solve that. So it's not that we're not thinking about the public safety of people. We understand that. For her testimony, well, first and foremost, I thank her for that because I know this is the first time I've ever publicly admitted it. And if you Google my name, that is a big deal for me. But for someone who's gone through something that whatever she has gone through, I just wanted to thank her for that because I know how hard that is to put it out there. But I know the only way I was able to get over it was counseling. All the land stuff isn't gonna fix that. Okay. That aside, there are a few things that were raised. We talked about the sewage system. We've talked about a plan of how do we do that in an incremental approach? What is the risk mitigation? And how do you reduce the cost? Several of the gentlemen talked about the increasing cost of asphalt. Well, if the city has to bear that cost 100%, without doing, if they do a moratorium on development, they'd have to do it on all development because everything runs down through Sykes Road. And if they have to bear the burden 100% of that cost, it's only going to make it exponentially higher without the taxes and without the opportunity to incrementally solve those hot spots and cold spots for capacity planning. When I go back to the internet, if we took the same approach when we were inventing cloud computing and we were inventing a lot of the baseline infrastructure, which that's what I'm best known for. If we took that same approach, you would not have the streaming technologies, you would not have what you enjoy today on your iPhone. A lot of the different pieces, it wouldn't have come to be. And I'm not saying to take a lot of risk. We didn't take a lot of risk because you can't. There's laws against that. Telecommunication Protection Act, TPT 1972 was repealed in 2001, to give you an idea. So there's lots of things that we had to comply with for ordinances, but there's a way you can mitigate the risk. So that aside. Other things to talk about with the wetlands, the open space, and with the wildlife. A lot of people were questioning the wildlife. They were questioning why we had our land mowed. Just so you are all aware, many of you that enjoy the wetlands in Lot 2 and others, that was our family farm too. Those wetlands actually belonged to my husband's grandparents. So it was them, you know, his aunt deciding to sell it and developers building it off that allowed them to have the bigger properties, the open spaces. That was change at the time that nobody wanted either. And I understand that. Why did we pick Meadowview Drive instead of Mountain View, instead of off of Pittsburgh? For safety reasons. Safety reasons, not just of the people living there currently, safety reasons in general for the people on Pittsburgh Road, traveling down Pittsburgh Road, because there is growth in St. Helens. The other big reason, why did we go this direction instead of doing a septic system? We were zoned for Columbia County. Why did we annex to the city? We were not given a choice. Columbia County, when we went to them, told us because the state of Oregon passed a law that determined our land was part of the urban growth boundary, that the only way for us to sell it or to develop on it was to go through annexation through the city of St. Helens. That was what I was told from Columbia County. And if you look up the urban growth boundaries for the state of Oregon, all that information is there. That was passed. We were on all three sides surrounded by the urban growth boundary that was determined, set aside by the state of Oregon. And by doing that, it was more beneficial to St. Helens. Another thing that the consultant that we hired backed up as well. So it's not like we decided to go into this saying that, okay, this is it, right? Or that we decided to go into this with malintent. When we're looking at the bigger picture, we've looked at what is the phased approach? How can we best engineer it? How can we build a facility, and more importantly to everyone, the wetlands, so that they are maintained? And not just mowing it down for the quail, but actually that the blackberries and different things like that are controlled so that it is a safe area. Because what we're concerned about, frankly, is whether we want it or not, many of the same individuals testifying have removed our fence line, and they do ride their dirt bikes, they do walk their dogs, they do have their private garden.
Nobody goes in that field, please.
Hold on, they do it, I've seen it, I've got pictures of them from today. The point is, it's risk and liability. And so it's better to have it under an HOA where someone's gonna maintain it, where it's taken care of, where it's uplifted, it's not additional cost to the city, than to basically let it be a free-for-all, which is what has happened, because nobody is, at least, not nobody, I should say. There are individuals that are not adhering to the signs or to the thing that is private property. It is not a public park. Okay.
I'm gonna probably try to say the same thing I said about the last one, which is there's a whole wide range of testimony here, but it's not really directly related to the criteria, as best I can tell. So I just sat here again and looked at the staff report of the criteria for the subdivision application that's in front of you. And the conditions in that staff report that address all of the normal things that are associated with the subdivision, other than the sanitary sewer, which I talked about the risk, and others did too. If you have questions about, I mean, there was traffic that was raised, we did a traffic study. It says in the staff report, we did a study based on 50 lots. That was overdone and it didn't find any issues with traffic. So we have satisfied what I understand to be the applicable criteria for the subdivision application, subject of course to your decision earlier tonight, which is now in the hands of the city council, and whatever you decide to do with the risk factor on sanitary tonight. So we would ask that you give the support of this that the staff has found, and that we, as we presented it, because we've given you the information that's necessary for the subdivision to be approved. I don't have anything else. It's now officially tomorrow, so I'm just going to put a cap on what I'm talking about and see if you have any questions.
Questions?
No.
Questions on Zoom?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you all for all your patience and testimony. We're gonna have the record.
Yeah.
It is a record.
Is it 12? We're pretty close to it. I think I'll see the question no further responses from staff. The public deliberations and oral decision. I still need to use the restroom.
Even the earth removal case, we've got to midnight, but it was over.
You see the clock on Rustin's wall? He's gonna be late to work.
I know, we were thinking about that.
Too late, I'm already late. That's all right, I got somebody to cover the meeting I'm supposed to be in for me.
But he's many time zones away, so it's,
Oh, good.
it is 8:20 where he's at.
Yep.
Okay.
So Russ, what time did you start your meeting? 3 a.m.
Yes.
Wow,
Thank you, Russ.
he's in Ireland.
Ah,
I recruited him. Don't hate me when you get back here.
I only got to do this one more time before I come home, so
What part of Ireland are you
just outside of Dublin,
Oh,
Castleknock to be specific.
in? Chance Stevens Green is absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Been there.
Hold. Okay.
I've been watching Russ's clock too. I can't claim to be there, but I'm in a different time zone. I'm here in Wisconsin, and I owe my wife. It was our 36th wedding anniversary yesterday now, so I owe her big time today. So, but anyway,
Congratulations, Patrick.
good evening.
Did you have anything to have input on, Patrick? We haven't heard from you.
Yeah, actually, one thing is I would hope that the commission not just simply kick this discussion up to the council. I really believe that, I mean, I personally, but I would believe the rest of the council would really like to hear your thoughts on this matter, and give us what you think is the direction to go. I know it's finally our decision, but I value the work that you have all done. I value all of the testimony that's been given by people tonight, but I really would hope
that, yeah, that you just don't just kick it our way, but would really value your thoughts and recommendations.
It goes on here till midnight.
Okay.
Questions of staff. I would ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
What if
Articles are, right?
the hearing's closed?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna deliberate now, right?
Yes, yes.
Then I can still ask questions of staff. Thank you. Is there a way that we can, I don't know, put a deadline? I guess it's I think this came up earlier. There's 7 years, but a deadline on when the development needs to be, at least the phase one is completed, something like that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's built into the process, so. The condition number one, which it's a validity question. And every land use permit has this. So it's initial preliminary plat decision is good for 18 months. And that becomes void if we don't have the final plat submitted, given our conditions and stuff within that time period. And if you notice in the conditions, there's stuff required before we accept the final plat, so it just can't be submitted without some things happening. And then each phase has a 2-year time period. There are 2 time extensions to extend a time period for a phase, but only 2 total within that time. If a phase is not vested within that 7-year period, you have to start over.
All right. On this one, I'll just give a couple quick comments. One is, I don't think we can make a ruling to approve a subdivision plat that is inconsistent with our recommendations to the council about the size of lots. And we made that decision for very good reasons. And those reasons apply to this subdivision plat. So I think we're gonna have to get a plat that is laid out such that it's consistent with all the zoning as we understand our consistency of the area. So that would probably be what you remember. And they say they can redesign it. I think they should come back with something, think about it again, think about the realities of the situation, and then back with another plat. But I don't think we can accept this plat. That's my opinion on that piece. On I love the phasing. I think that's a great way to go with the development of the project. And as far as the sanitary sewer is concerned, you had the applicant saying they go to the county to try and get developed. And the county tells them we can't do it, they can't do it there, and then they come to the city and we annex the property and assign an R7, and then things kind of develop and it turns out, well, just we don't have sewer capacity for the development. I do think we need to think about things like that when we do future annexations. We don't have the sewer capacity, why annex the property in the first place?
We did a study to identify the issue. We had the capacity at the plant, that was what we looked at.
Right, I understand.
It was the timing of the wastewater plan adoption and then finally starting to work with it, and then it's like, oh.
I think Vicky's comment about saying that none of us live in a property where the sewage is gonna come up through the toilet is an interesting thought. Because I thought, yeah, probably isn't gonna come up in my toilet, probably won't. But it is going to in somebody's.
Well, I remember the study, they identified various manholes that could come out of, right? Wasn't there? You actually had the little red dots of these are ones that could have.
I think so. I'm not as familiar with that plan as our engineering staff.
Isn't the staff report that it could come up out of people's homes?
Yeah, that's what, that's what the, yeah.
I'm just saying that.
You had talked about that 25-year event.
No, 5-year event.
5-year event.
5-year event.
That was for storms.
No, sanitary sewer.
So but for a 5-year event, what kind of event are you talking about for a sewer system?
That would be combined sewage and storm.
Okay.
We worked really hard to separate those a few years ago.
I don't know, it's something they think that, well, we just had a 5-year event, right? Because we just had a record April, record May, record June. But my understanding is the sewer is coming up. I met with Mohammed and Sharon, and they said there are areas of St. Helens where the sewage is coming up on people's property. It's literally a problem for some people in the city. So I guess my thought is the city, you know, right now we're exploring a loan, and one of I guess I'll say I think the council needs to have realistic discussions with its citizens on what is going to be needed to take and fix this problem. And right now we're going for a DEQ loan, but I do think that this needs to become a much more publicly visible issue as far as the money is concerned, and how much it's going to cost people to live in the city that we all enjoy. But it's going to cost us all more money. That's all there is to it. And I'm not sure if the DEQ loan and whatever kind of water bill increases are going to come with it are going to be sufficient to get our sewer system where it needs to be when it needs to be there. You know, we're talking
Steve, can I interrupt real quickly?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there is a budget committee meeting to address the financing issues, particularly for the water, storm, and sewer. I believe that's at, is it 7 tomorrow?
Today?
It's 5 o'clock today, 5 o'clock PM today.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm so there is a special meeting of the budget committee is a meeting to address those issues. So I invite folks to participate if you can, and if you can't, check it out later. But Matt Brown and our consultant Steve Donovan, who's worked with us on the development of the rate plans, will be presenting information and looking at the different options. So I just encourage you and all residents to check that out and find out what's going on.
And I do plan to attend, Patrick, and thank you, Councilor Berkeley, and I appreciate you mentioning that. The budget process is one that people can tune into and see. I think it's going to be a very important presentation. And so I think one of the things that we've talked about is kind of quality development. Which way is our city headed? I do think that we need to make sure that whatever we build is going to be of the quality where people, there are going to be bills to pay that so far have not been paid, that we have a system that there's a lot of bills that have been postponed. We are where we are, and the bills need to be paid. And that's another reason to think about making sure that we are building a development out in the country, significant quality, appropriate R7 zoning that's got the right size of lots, so that we do get a quality development. out of this country property. That's just another element that some of the public has expressed concern about, that where is our city headed? We have a lot of high density coming in. There's concern about increasing crime. There's concern about changes in our dynamics. And I think we should reject this plat because it does not meet what our expectations were as far as the lot dimensions and the lot sizes, just to begin with. And that's going to be my motion. And as far as we want to make another motion, that's what I'm suggesting. I also think we should take the recommendations of the city engineer, disallowance of connection to the sanitary sewer system until it is upsized such it can handle an additional load, which is at page 13 of 29 of the staff report. And I also think that we should make a recommendation to the council that it needs to absolutely prioritize financing an upgrade to the sewer system, even if that means letting people know that they're going to have to pay more money, because I don't think it's acceptable to the citizens of our city to have a sewer system that's going to back up. Plus, we're trying to build our city and move forward with our city, trying to have developments like this Comstock development and other developments, and we need to have honest discussions with our citizens about what the infrastructure costs and how much it costs to live in the city of St. Helens.
Steve,
yeah.
Right now, we need to have an honest discussion about this proposal specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got to move on. It's 12:39. So we have a subdivision plan in front of us that's been presented. They've spent a lot of time on it. They've worked a lot of problems out with the site, with the wetlands, with the setbacks, with the BPA power lines, with the roads, trying to the density that they could. They're willing to maybe alter that a bit if they have to. We have three choices as suggested by staff, and I think they're the right choices. We deny it based on maybe our impression of the sizes that we felt that the lots that we felt were the proper sizes, as we did in the previous hearing, and the inadequate sanitary sewer infrastructure, or we approve it without letting them hook up to the sewer, taking a big risk of putting all that development in and not being able to sell anything. I'm not sure why they'd ever do that. That would be wishful thinking, but we could offer them that. Or we give it to the city council. Patrick wants us to do the work, but we might have to bump it to those that got elected for it. Sorry. More people voted for you than me. Anyway, that's it. So
can we deny that?
My recommendation is denial. I can't vote.
Denial on ground one is the size of the lot still meet the R7 criteria for well, for everything. Go meet the R7 criteria. And the second would be denial because of this
sanitary sewer infrastructure is inadequate. Too much of a risk for well, I think.
Bigger risk for the developer.
Yeah.
City.
And for the city.
I mean, can the city
Developer's not
give
gonna.
a drop dead date when they would get the sewer? That would be one of the problems I see here.
And that was when we started talking, the meeting where engineering got cold feet about the fee in lieu of. So that was we gotta talk time. You gotta understand time, because that's part of this conversation. That's where the 2 to 4 years comes from. And that's in their report. So that's their crystal ball. Now, that's the crystal ball. No crystal ball is perfect. We know that. So that's the best, that's the best cast. Yeah, and it's
a violation of our constitutional rights to do whatever we want with our land. I mean, like, we can't do it through the county because it was deemed by the state of Oregon for, and I'll be quiet in a minute, but that it had to be part of St. Helens urban growth boundaries. So we had to go through the annexation process. We went through everything that everybody told us to do, right? And then now we're just like, now, so what do we do? Because under the US Constitution, we have a right, like everyone else is talking about their personal rights for the enjoyment of their land.
Oh, unless you're in a homeowners association, right?
Hold on.
You actually are. An open testimony.
Yeah.
Hearing closed.
Is anything on, anybody on the phone, or anybody on, like, you don't see.
Hearing's closed, right? I mean.
The hearing's closed.
I'm sorry, I'm just tired. I apologize. I should keep my mouth shut.
I'm willing to make a motion along the lines that you just posed, Dan, if
Jennifer, Russ, did you have anything doing to say?
No, the concern is the sewer hookup. I think, unfortunately, based on that, we're going to have to deny.
I'm prepared for somebody to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion that the planning commission deny developed subdivision preliminary plat submission July 5th, 2022, sub .2.22 on the basis of 1, it doesn't satisfy the R7 zoning as discussed, and number 2, because of the sewer capacity issue.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
we have 1 nay.
So I still need to sign something, right?
Yes, so a motion for chair's signature.
Motion for signature. Did you say, did you have a motion, Jennifer?
Motion.
I'll get a sign.
I move that we authorize chairman to sign.
There it is.
Again.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. We're not done yet. Our meeting still has to go on.
We're done with the property though. We just have other miscellaneous business that won't keep you. Lucky you.
I want to thank all you guys because I know it's late. And I know it's never easy. So, and I apologize for if I was unclear on it. So if I made it any later than I needed to. Have a good night. Hopefully get some sleep.
Thank you.
Sorry that you had to go that way. I really feel bad. Yeah. Your family.
We'll figure it out.
Forward to Comstock Creek.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You still have to do the rest of the stuff?
Yes.
Yes, we
Why did you put so much?
No mercy. Why is it's gonna be quick and easy?
Do this.
15 minutes tops.
Conex box 8 plat ground lease. Why do we care about that?
Well, because
Fine, you weren't here.
Brought it up.
some of your fellow commissioners got all excited.
We don't have to talk about it because I wasn't here.
We can talk about it next time.
Can I report it in the same anger that was
Yes.
no, I don't wanna. All right, so the lease, I have a copy right here. What is the public benefit? There is a $8,160 fee per year for the property that we get. We'll see how much we can make Russ frown, Russ Hubbard. He's frowning at me. We get $85 per unit per month after a year period. We're still within that year period. And that's if it changes hands. I think if it changes hands, that's when we get it, or a year, whichever's later, if I remember right. And this is an extra copy if someone wants it. And then we also get 6 public parking spaces as part of the lot. Yeah, now this is not something planning was ever involved in. You know, I had no idea what we were getting out of it. We just looked at, you know, that's the apartment, build it to the standards.
We talked about those parking
But that-
lots back in the day.
Parking spots, yeah.
The parking, yeah, because it's related to, you know, the conditional use permit, but the lease and stuff, you know, I never really paid attention to that. But the biggest thing is that almost 8,200 per year. Yeah.
Plus the monthly per unit.
And they still have to pay property taxes.
They've already done a price reduction.
Yeah, I guess it's a good
Well, I
question.
didn't- Okay, and it's all, you know, brought forward as being affordable.
They reduced the price.
They've already reduced the sales price once.
Why does one reduce the price? Selling.
Is it below 300K now?
Yes, it's like 279, I think, something like that.
Okay.
They're built.
Yeah.
I think they reduced it by 10,000.
It's a lease, right? You're not getting.
You don't own the property, but you buy a unit.
Yeah, it's a condo.
Any condo you buy, you don't own the property.
Yeah, it's a condo.
So.
So I guess the condo association pays the city. I didn't dive into this too much.
Oh, I will for you.
Sure, yeah, I don't.
You can hand that to him.
You can even keep the paperclip.
You're gonna go over
What's
all
the
of the
charge?
planning director
No.
decisions now.
Ad nauseum.
So they're selling fireworks, the bowling alley, not anymore. They were.
No, I don't wanna go over them.
There's something
I'm
else.
just teasing. Okay, I think we're done.
You've had only like a half an hour of proactive items for you.
He was gonna talk for another 2 hours. about that.
Planning department activity report, I'm not gonna say, where do you stand down?
There will be some requests at the next meeting for proactive items. And
This would not be the day that there was enough time.
no.
My question is, I have one question. During public testimony, do we not have similar policies of the council that they're limited to 5 minutes?
Well, that would be up to the chair. Unless you want to create some blanket testimony.
I thought about that hard. Like, did we have that? Can I do that?
If we had the policy ahead of time, then it seems like with the city council, they condense their testimony because they know their time's gonna run out. So they think about it a little more and don't ramble as much.
I'm trying to remember if we've done that for public hearings with the city council.
They do it for public hearings at the city council. They have a clock that ticks off.
No, you're talking about visitor comments, Jennifer.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, I'm thinking about actual public hearings. So when we've had like subdivisions and stuff that go to them.
I'm not talking about like the applicant or anything. It's just the people from the floor that have. That's different then. Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I don't know what we do. I can't remember if we've limited at the public hearings to 5 minutes. But a lot of times people don't comment at the public hearings during visitor comment. They don't.
I do think we should resolve and send a recommendation to the city council that we get the repair of the sewer on a faster time track than a 4-year time track. I think we should resolve that. That's for sure. I think that's a long time to be waiting for a sewer to be repaired and fixed so that we can move forward with development. Pardon? You know what it's called? Telling people that, honestly, it's really talking about, it's called money. And I think the council, for whatever reason, for many years, this thing has languished. And now I think people need to be realistic about what it is. That's, I would recommend we make, we tell them.
We just found out, so
So, come on, man.
got the report.
God, that's something that I have to pay.
Russ.
Oh, meeting adjourned.
And Russ and Jennifer, did you guys all get the link for the planning commissioner training?
Yeah.
From the,
Yes,
okay, so you're all ready for Thursday?
yes.
Yeah.
I did, but it's in the middle of the night, so I'm not gonna make that one.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, sorry, it's late, I thought you registered, but it was Jennifer, Russ, and.
Get the hammer.
Is there another opportunity for that in the next few months?
Or if there is that you know.
You signed up
Yeah.
for what? Planning commission training.
I am, I'm doing it on Thursday,
Yeah.
5.
Checking the bar.
And I got the link.
Cool.
I'm gonna do it. No, I actually was really happy to get that.
Bye.
All right.